New and improved Infinity Ultron, still not buying it, but he's gonna be sweet. The thing to figure out with Infinity Ultron to start, I would wager, is what do your Victoria hand builds look like that don't involve Moon Girl? Because I would assume you probably can't afford to play Moon Girl and... I would assume you can't afford to play Moon Girl and Infinity Ultron in the same... And Infinity Ultron in the same deck, so it's just too much top end. We built an Infinity Ultron deck last night before I signed off. Let's take a look at what the other kids have been doing since then. Oh, technically, I assume there won't be a ton of Infinity Ultrons, but they didn't reset their... Let me ping my untapped person and tell them they should reset the data until after the OTA. We can still skim here, because I assume, other than this Hella deck predates the OTA. It's like the one deck that was playing Infinity Ultron. Hand size does get awkward with Infinity Ultron, I will say, playing. Absolutely. You can't just load up all of the cards that add extra cards to your hand that expect to not be too clunky. Let's say exclude Hela, because she was playing it beforehand. Let's exclude Thanos and exclude Arrow shit. Yes, Merlin really fills your hand up too, for sure. What was the change to Infinity Ultron? All of his stones now cost 2, and some of them got increased power in addition to costing 2. Moonstone's interesting. You're on Moonstone basically just for Victoria hand. But like, here, for example, Kate and Agent and Infinity Ultron and Snowguard, like this is so many add 2 cards to your hand type effects for these decks. Yeah, they have Valk and Mirage on top of it too, and Frigga. But like, I have to imagine this deck is just like constantly overcapped on hand size. Actually, you know what surprises me looking at this? Almost none of these decks are playing Jenny. That surprises me. I feel like getting to Ultron on 4 is gonna be powerful and good. Most use Luna Snow. What if I told you you could play both? Look at how sparkly our collection is. Very sparkly. Speaking of, let's check for things we'd like to upgrade. Nope, none. Yeah, playing both along with Sarah sounds good. Honestly, even after skipping that, I think we're gonna start with this this build I put together last night. There's an echo on the right. There's an echo on the right. There's an echo on the right. I think I Merlin, because then I can collect her. Well, I don't really need to Merlin spell next turn. I'm just going to collect her first. Is the echo in the room with us right now? Asking the real questions. Okay, I put it as obviously Cerebro Gaming. We do this into Frigga. Is there no whale track this month? The whale track will go active on June 10th when they move the, what's it called, over to their self-publishing build. We have succeeded in successfully not playing the ongoings on the right. We have. I need to play Luke here and Victoria here, so I don't want to fill either of these, because then they'd get echoed. Well, progress, it will not. So if you buy anything before the 10th, it will not transfer. The existing big bundles in the shop, Viper and Copycat, will move over. Yeah, them getting a free Spider Island here is unfortunate. How big do they get if they Cerebro Mystique? Oh, wait. They put Nico Madaru into here by mistake. I was like going to count, and then I was like, wait a minute. Why did you say 5? Yeah, opponent just realized they done messed up. Alright, I would like to avoid messing up. Oh yeah, this other location too is also bad for them. Fair. Just Cerebro things. We need to take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll, so I don't go over the top of gameplay. We're going dark around with this a whole bunch. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, not a good beat for the opponent. Storm could have handled the center though. They needed to play on the left. Yeah, so his stones, this one's a 2-2, 2-3, 2-5. This one is the craziest, right? Like they dropped its cost and put it up to a 2-5. I'm doing swell, place. Life's good. You want a wonderful piece of advice is there's lots of obnoxiousness on the internet, and cutting out bits of obnoxiousness any way you can is great. The Alien versus Predator meme from the Discord channel was real good. Yeah, maybe that one got a chuckle out of me for sure. Big LOL. Jeff, in 1 week of my homeownership, I've made the observation that $1,000 is the new $100 for me. Home ownership is a wonderful adventure that never stops being a money pit. It's my recent $8,000 expenditure bill from an exploding toilet will let you know. What was it? In my first home, within the first year and a half that we owned the place, we had a tree root clog the main sewer pipe out of the house to the public sewer, and it backed up into the laundry room, and we couldn't use any water in the house until it got fixed. And we had the foundation leak into one of the bedrooms in the lower floor and had to tear everything out and get it remediated and whatnot. There's just like actually just a massive list of things that could just like constantly go wrong. We recently had a $1,200 roof patch job on a less than 8-year-old roof, and the guy came down and told me I'd start saving for a new one. God, that's brutal. Yeah, that happened quite frequently over there, Peppy. How much did both of those things cost? I don't remember exactly. I'm pretty sure they were both into the 5 figures, if I recall correctly. We're losing the center, but I'm gonna get to put a Sarah into play on turn 4, so... Well then. Do I have my cake and eat it too? I think so. I think it's this. And then we Sarah next turn. Jennifer and Luda both enabling Victoria into Frigga cleanly is nice. Never Luda mid and Victoria right to copy Victoria next turn. That means I wouldn't have the white hot room bonus, Nivich, because they're gonna fill before Luna's trigger happens. Feel like this is winnable. They have 11 energy. They have 11 energy, but they probably don't have enough to just put a ton of points down. And if they don't have a Luke Cage of their own, they probably have a hard time on the left, because both of these are going to be too bigger, right? Once this Victoria hand gets down. So I'm going up to 16 here. And over here, I'm going to 22, 34, 40. So they need an 11-point thing here. I guess if that hit Wicked, we could have lost, but that was only 1 in 3, so I think we're supposed to stay for sure. Yeah, and then Lucas picking it up for sure. Someone said, I tried a deck similar to this and felt like I was just getting farmed by Mr. Negative. Well, yeah, if you expect to play against a lot of Mr. Negative, you should swap one of your tech cards like Shadow King or Luke Cage for Mobius and Mobius. And that's something I think is very, very clear about this type of deck is you're not going to win with this type of deck on pure rate in a number of matchups. You need 2 to 3 tech cards. You need cards that are going to allow you to dunk specific matchups heavily. These decks, while sweet and have lots of sequencing and choices, the pure numbers you're making are not going to be enough to keep up with people. Isn't it a re-release? No, not at all. The first change to Infinity Ultra was a nominal power bump, not a re-release. Ooh, that's lovely for Merlin. He loves having extra bodies around. Alright, so they're an Agamotto deck. Man. Not an awkward set of Marvel stamp locations. I kind of think I want to Luke into, like, reroll the location Luna Snow. I think is my plan. So many locations to change, so few universal presence. Accurate. Okay, this is sweet. And then we can once in future this next turn. I cannot emphasize enough how much I love that Second Dinner takes care of their game. It's in a great state, especially the state Pocket's currently in. Yes, I agree with that. We're definitely in a little... Pocket's definitely in a space at the moment. So once in future, gets rid of this for 2 energy. And I think we Infinity Ultron for next turn. Actually, we slide him into here, right? And then he can threaten to be a 12. And then the Ice Cube's gonna live, but we can polymorph the Ice Cube, so that seems fine. Well, unless they have a card from their deck, they're not beating us here. Which is interesting. I don't know that I actually want to polymorph this cube. I think it's just put 10 points into play here. Oh, they have Agamotto. That's a good call. So can they beat Agamotto? They would need to put 6 points here with Agamotto. I think we stay. Oh, they have images too. That's so brutal. How do they have enough energy for that? What am I missing? They had 7 energy. Oh, Sarah. They had my copy of Sarah is what I'm missing. So this only cost 4, and then images cost 3, and then this was free. Got it. Did not do Sarah math. I unbanned you on the Twitch side, Sketa. Thank you for asking kindly. Hella equal brain rot. Playing Hella. Checks out. I'm gonna hold on to the chimichanga for now. I'm a little sad if this adds a card to my hand, because then I brick a draw. Oh, for the love of Brode. Good golly. It adds a card to a hand, you say, Hogland. Yeah, right. Good God. Okay, thanks to the Castle Blackstone, we at least can play Sarah this turn, yeah? So we've got that going for us. Yes? Question mark? It might actually be wrong to polymorph the left, just because then Victoria Hand doesn't buff it anymore. Oh wait, this polymorphs Merlin after Victoria flips up. No, this is perfect actually. Yeah, this is perfect. Merlin is really awesome, yeah. Oh, if I wouldn't have put Mirage here, I could have polymorphed Sarah. That's an interesting thought. So the Panther's gonna be 14, so that's winning here. And then we do this. Mirage is +2 from America Chavez. Play Victoria first. So Victoria's ongoing modifier does not get doubled by Panther. So the order on Victoria doesn't matter there. This is gonna be 14 because it's 5 doubled +4. So if I Victoria first, this doesn't go to 18. It's always 14. Do we know the specifics of the web shop rework? So I don't know that we're gonna get anything different in the web shop. The web shop is changing because Second Dinner is moving to self-publishing, and their current web shop is managed by their existing publisher. So Second Dinner's current publishing company is a company called Newverse, and Newverse as their publishing company is a subsidiary of ByteDance, who owns TikTok, and they're responsible for why Marvel Snap had its outage at the start of the year when TikTok got banned. And the Marvel Snap team was actually explicitly told they would not be impacted by the TikTok ban, and they were surprised when they were, and that's why they're moving to self-publishing. So there aren't any more surprises like that in the future. Oh, Benjamin. Yes, the law banning TikTok technically still exists. It's just currently not being enforced, and Drumpf could change his mind on that at any time. Ooh, okay. Okay. Do I snap? I think I snap, yeah. Because I have Luda into Sarah into Victoria Friga. They upgraded our Victoria hand. Thanks for World Moon. Am I supposed to play Infinity Ultron here? I think I am, right? I'm a little sad I don't have second Victoria, but Infinity Ultron seems quite good in this spot, yes? Punished for playing Infinity Ultron. Hope that 13 wins the middle. 13 might win the middle. They did commit pretty hard on the right. Oh wait, purple plus yellow wins the right. It does, doesn't it? That's actually just like the nuts combination. We just don't play the demon. Oh my goodness, we win all three? Actually winning all three? It's crazy. Alright, I take it back, Infinity Ultron. You're a good lad. Yes, this is the Infinity Ultron deck we put together at the end of the stream yesterday before I signed off. Before the OTA was live. Mill bad, enough said. Mill is likely still very bad, yes. That is accurate. I would be very surprised if Infinity Ultron doesn't have at least a couple of competitive decks. Making his stones cost 2 is a big deal. I will say, and this is important, if you really want Infinity Ultron, you probably need to be willing to pick up Jennifer Kale as well. I think it's still going to be important to get your Ultron going on a turn earlier. Shaft, thank you for the brand new Prime. I appreciate that. Good morning, good morning. LaCarp, thanks for hanging out for almost 6 years. Infinity Ultron's a sweet one. Old Man Ace, I think I missed yours a little bit ago. Apologies for that. Thanks for the 31. I want to keep a clean path for Beast, yeah? Long time YouTube highlights viewer and finally caught a Twitch stream live. As an FYI, in case anybody's watching this on YouTube in the future, if you have Amazon Prime and my live times don't line up for you, you could actually Prime sub while I'm offline. Shill. Bomber, thank you for the quarter of year. I appreciate the folks that drop in every month. They give me a couple of Jeffrey Bezos dollars. You are a big part of what makes my job possible. I need to keep a clean path so I can play a 2-11 as Beast next turn. I'm gonna make this the clean path so I can Shadow King it. And then bounce the Shadow King, maybe? Maybe. Mage Death, thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness! Me oh my! Oh me oh my! Alright, so do I guess this is a real question now. Do I want to Sarah or do I want to Kate arrows? I think it might actually be better to Kate arrows, yeah? What do we think of this instead? Or then I go arrow, Victoria. Saint Lovejoy, thank you for the 27 months. What arrows are you getting? Read the tea leaves first. Asking the real questions. Two best heroes, your RNG is on point. That's true, you know. I'm down here, but they have 2 spaces to play here. I don't think I'm supposed to play for all 3. So this is going to be 9, and this is going to be 9 as well. So I'd go 18 to 30. There's no way they're beating 30 here, yeah? Let me put these 2 here. Oh, they do have 3rd Victoria. Okay. No way they're beating 30 here has been declared. Accurate. Or sorry, I meant 34 actually. Oh, I forgot about Beast getting bigger. I forgot. I added 4 to each of these. I forgot to add 4 to Beast. Do you think Hellion has any use? I would not be surprised if Hellion is optimal / ideal in like a more traditional move deck, but I also just don't really love traditional move decks, and I'm not good at playing them. So I am definitely not the person to ask about something like that. I'm going to wait to use Aunt Mary's, Aunt May's, because I want to Frigga whatever is getting the Aunt May's bonus. How's Mercury going? I really like Mercury. I think Mercury's gonna be one of the staple 2s for sure. Cards that move have good utility, and she's a hate card for a semi-common archetype. Jenny will get me an extra energy on the last turn of the game, which sounds nice. I think I'm playing into here at this point because I'm not free-getting. No, I'll wait one more turn. We'll put Sarah into here next turn. I might draw Victoria and then end up free-getting Victoria still. Magic. Okay. So I mean I brook a draw next turn, which I probably don't want to do. I'd like to draw Victoria, yeah. Oh, if we leave space right, we could Space Stone the Iron Man out potentially. Yeah, that's a good call. Tech cards, baby, tech cards, yeah. Oh, I'm not drawing a card anyway, said free gang. My brain's bad. Oh. I forgot about this combination of things too. Infinity Ultron's really going to take some getting used to play with. I should not have played this here because I want to leave the ability to have this combo. So this should have gone here so I could double Ultron's power and then drop a doubled bot into Xandar. And I think we realistically could have won this game if I leave space for that. So this creates a bot with Ultron's power, and this would have doubled it. So I would have had really solid stats here and here. We could still have gotten got by like a Gore or something, but we would have had a real shot there. Do we think these are going to be Sanctum Rewards? I would be really surprised if cards they already release are set to be Sanctum Rewards. Cards you've gotten from... I wouldn't be surprised if there's like snap packs inside of Sanctum Rewards potentially. But usually when they give specific cards in limited time game modes, they're new specific cards. In fact, I wonder if Mercury and Hellion, who released early by accident because of the patch flub, were supposed to be the Sanctum cards. Alright, well, we definitely want to get Merlin going ASAP here. I think I'm going to let them juke themselves and play into Castle Blackstone. Rip. I'm going to put Luna here, because it could be Castle, but it could also be nowhere. Are any of the new cards good? A bunch of the new cards are good. Once in future, go away Titania is clever. I like that. Can you sub Luna in this deck? I don't know the answer to that question, if I'm being honest. We're playing games for the first time. Any early thoughts about Jennifer Kale? Jennifer Kale is a format staple for decks that want 5 energy on turn 4. And decks that are playing Sarah definitely want that to happen. And I actually expect Jennifer's probably really good inside of Surfer decks. Would be my bet. Because Jennifer inside of Surfer could give you 5 energy on 4, but she could also give you 6 on 5. Which is pretty good. Yeah, that seems good. Could Jennifer make She-Hulk Moon Girl more consistent? Probably, yeah. Or at the very least, let you play that archetype without needing to, I'm gonna snap them here. Since I'm filling this, but not really filling it, and they have priority and they're playing Clog. Hey, Simo, thank you for the gift sub. That's very generous of you. Happy Friday. Dradog, thank you for the over 2 years. Appreciate that. St. Lovejoy, thank you for the 27 months. Good morning, good morning. Acid Arrow, those are our worst 2 arrows this game after hitting some of our best in the previous games. So this is actually an incredibly fun interaction. If I once in future here, Werewolf by Night will jump into the center. Do I want to contest? I think I want to contest here. So, Nowhere stops spells, but Werewolf doesn't actually care if an on-revealed happened. Werewolf simply says, did the card you just finished playing have an on-reveal? So I could make him jump twice, which lets me... Oh, you know what, though? This is bad because he gets hit. He gets hit. Oh, you know what I could do, actually? I do this into this, into this, this, and the werewolf ends up back in the center from the Hercules. Oh, Hercules changed. He totally did. Oh, shoot. Wait, do I steal the Titania here? The Titania flipped up first. I think the Titania jumps across. Wait, why does that work that way? We win anyways, right? We win the tiebreaker? Could anyone explain to me... Oh, Werewolf was played first. Yeah, that's why. It's play order. It's play order. Werewolf wasn't played first, yes. Okay. Yes, that makes sense. The spells letting dog jump twice here was really fun, though. Close and trick. All right, we're definitely gonna play some more of this. It's been fun and we've been winning games. We can take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll, though. For anybody that's new here, I always take a break from gameplay while ads are going on so you don't miss anything. For the people who are not subs, I appreciate you being here and don't want to make your viewing experience bad. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hope your Friday's off to a great start. All right, we're gonna play this deck for a bit more here, but I think I would like to take some viewer submitted decks today. But I'm gonna give you the asterisk that viewer submissions have to have one of the cards that released this week or got OTA'd this week. So I know some folks in the community have been brewing. So I'm gonna put the link up for deck submissions, but I'm going to reject and refund anything that doesn't contain a fresh card from this week. So something from the OTA or a card that released this week. Everybody submit Giganto decks. You kids. If you don't mind me asking, what is Cage doing? Everybody take a shot. Someone asked why the best tech card in Marvel Snap's in my deck. Simo, if you got something, send it along. drop me a link. You posted in chat, or if you're in the Discord server, hit me up in the Discord. Luke Cage catches so many bullets for us. Why would you not want to play? He's genuinely he's not just a tech card. He's also a card that makes your variant slower. Like, there's so many locations where you're like, that location flipped up, and you're like, glad I have Luke Cage. It means I probably win the game now. I had mentioned earlier in the week trying the Marvel Rivals Auto Battler today. After thinking about it, I really just want to play with new snap cards, so I think we're going to save the Rivals Auto Battler for Monday, is my plan. We're just going to play a bunch of snap today. I do want to check out the Rivals thing at some point, but today we are snapping. Folks asking about Kale. This is why we have Kale. So you can play Sarah into Infinity Ultron. The big thing Jennifer does is Jennifer allows us to play a 5-drop on 4. I want to put cards between these two locations because Mojo World's going to end up in one of these two spots. So Jennifer and Luna Snow are 2 different ways for this deck to curve Sarah into Ultron. I've seen folks putting Kale in high Evo. I think that's another excellent place to be putting her. Now I'm going to put this here because there's squirrels everywhere. How do you feel about Penny Parker in a deck like this? I think Kale has largely power crept Penny Parker. I think you'd much rather just pay 2 energy on 2 for your extra energy on 4 rather than paying 2 and then 3. The body that Penny leaves behind is not worth the extra energy investment she requires. But if you're missing Kale and you have Penny, that would be the substitution. But that's also substituting a Series 4 for a Series 5 card. But I think Penny probably needs a rework. I think the addition of Kale to the game has kind of power crept what Penny does. I think it's this. Redstone's a little awkward, though. Could Psylocke be a Kale replacement? So, Psylocke doesn't let you Sarah or Ultron on 4 unless you play it on 3. So, technically, it could work, but it's also really clunky and awkward, right? It means you can't do other things with your energy on the more important turn. Can you explain the thought process of re-releasing Psylocke with the activate effect? Yeah, it's not re-releasing Psylocke. You just don't understand why the card is good. Psylocke is a card that gives you 4 energy on turn 3. Kale is a card that gives you 5 energy on 4 or 6 energy on 5 while letting you spend the energy to get those numbers on turn 2, which is generally speaking a less important turn of the game. So yes, you can... I'm going to retreat here. The squirrels are just too awkward for us. We got two stones that want to put extra things on the board. Yes, you can technically Psylocke to get extra energy the same turns Jennifer is giving you extra energy, but Jennifer lets you spend that energy on a turn where it's less important. I can play Jennifer on 2... and I can still play a 3 or a 4 on 3 or 4 and still get that extra energy at the right moment. Yeah, Kale is more efficient at giving you 5 on 4 and 6 on 5, but specifically can't give you 4 on 3 like Psylocke does. So you're trading that early game scenario situation for more flexibility in the late game. Well, and I guess not even flexibility, like, the way to put it too is you have to draw Kale in a more specific timing window too, right? So I actually think Kale's a really excellent design to have in tandem with Psylocke, because they're very clean examples of cards that look very similar but are functionally incredibly different. Definitely want to get Merlin going ASAP. Being able to reroll this and get rid of the ninja are both incredible upsides here. Hey, that looks fun, Simo. Thanks for the submission. My draw is not amazing here. I've been pretty whelmed by Hyperion so far. I'm also not a huge fan of dedicated move decks in general, though, so not necessarily a great barometer for that. We would like once in future this turn into the location, reroll the next turn. It's funny that we queued into this after someone mentioned they were glad Thanos tech cards was gone. Look what you've wished upon me. Ooh, that's actually a good call out. That's probably the best Jennifer Kale replacement if you're missing it. Wave is the card that you would replace Jenny with if you're missing her. It's a good suggestion from the YouTube chat. Not quite the same, but pretty close. They have Wiccan, they can snap me back, but if they don't have Wiccan, he's not going to be active, and our roll here is real strong. Brickhouse Hamilton, thank you for the tip. I have no specific deck, but just do something else with Infinity Ultron. We can definitely do that. Jeff, would you make a ranking of all the tech cards from most balanced to most frustrating to play against? I really don't like ranking things on metrics like that are very deeply subjective. So probably not. Don't love that one. Do I want a Collector into Luna into Sarah, or do I want a Jenny into something else into Sarah? I think getting Collector down is appealing. We got their hazmat. We'll push the button. That's funny. Bob goes after locations. Okie doke. Okie doke, artichoke. I think it's this. I think it's this. Lucas is a big, beautiful man, shit. He is a big, beautiful man. Snap to a bomb. I already snapped. I snapped when we took their hazmat off the beak. Someone asked me how ranked was going for me so far this season, and anecdotally, it's been better than last season by a lot so far. What's the word I'm searching for? We haven't been queuing into that many AI opponents, which has made things felt good. Last season, there were a lot of bots for me. Yeah, I am in the 90s now, so I'm curious to see if it feels different, but we've not hit a lot of bots, which was my problem with previous seasons. Gosh, maybe I wasn't supposed to Merlin with Infinity Ultron. What does a modern Proxima Storm deck list look like? That's a fun idea. I didn't think about that. And then next turn I'll have 7. Which means I can go Victoria, Frigga, Kate. So, unironically, so far playing this deck, it actually feels kind of awkward with Ultron, because it feels like I have too many card generators, which kind of was the feeling last season too. So someone sent in a tip for us to do something else with Infinity Ultron, and I think that something else is realistically, I think that something else realistically is probably a deck that doesn't generate a bunch of cards is probably what we want to be doing. I think I need to keep Nocturne here this turn so they can't send the Void across. So Victoria left. So Victoria left does not pump herself up, is the thing here. Who would you replace Infinity Ultra with in this deck? I don't know. Hopefully they're not a Green Goblin deck, is what we're kind of banking on here. If they're a Green Goblin deck, we're in trouble. Just Mockingbird, okay. Now, I can do this. And I'll still get extra I won't win this side, but these will all be huge, yeah? There are no bots once you hit infinite rank, no. you win the left. So again, the bar sinistered Victoria hands are not buffed by Victoria hand. Just so we understand. So the first Victoria is created in hand. She's gonna get the buff. And then we win center and right here very cleanly. Because we do have 5 Victorias in play. But Victoria's templating is very specific. She doesn't buff all created cards. She only buffs cards that were created in your hand. Yeah, the casual +8 acid arrow. Things you love to see it. Yeah, she only buffs cards that are like her name. All right, and that's plenty of submissions here. Thank you, Jester. Appreciate your continued generosity. Morgan Phoenix Force. That sounds great. All right, I think we're gonna play a couple more with this just to make sure I've got a good feel, and then I think we're gonna move on to our next one. First game with this deck, 1 and 8 cuber gets discard, then a double deck in. Bullseye because of Shadow King and Luke. Deck cards are real good. Has this deck been good? I think these little collector decks are solid, yeah. Ultron's had some games where he's been okay here, and he's had others where he felt very clunky. These are definitely Marvel Snap locations. I think this is a human. Looks like a human. Well, I think this deck ticks most of the boxes you want to tick in a Marvel Snap deck. It's got fun, interesting play patterns. It's very dynamic with cards like Merlin and Kate Bishop giving you some random generation. And more importantly, it's got some tech cards to give you a chance in a bunch of different places. Would Ultron at 4 be busted? Very likely. Just so we're clear, I would be surprised if this new Ultron isn't good. I'm not sure that he's good in this deck because of hand size considerations, but I would be pretty surprised if there's not something somewhere where he's like very, very reasonable. I think putting all the stones to cheaper and making it so a number of them have meaningful stats is really solid. All right, well, we won that 50-50 at least. I don't have to play around this card, which is nice. I would like to have the mods start timing out people who are suggesting Ultron needs to be buffed further. I'd like to move off of the topic of conversation because I think it's silly. Please stop. I'm going to get rid of Nidavellir here because they have lots of stones that can fill it up, and they're almost assuredly a Shang-Chi deck. I'm going to snap because I have turn 3 Ultron into Victoria hands here. Oh, they are Erishim. Shouldn't snap. I didn't notice. Accidentally broke my golden rule, chat. Never snap Erishim. Never before has there been a more deserving... Never before has there been a more deserving gamer. That one deserves a social media. If you play Airshim, I hope this happens to you every game that you play. I guess we'll throw it on the Nazi site too. Gotta put some non-sponsored content up there occasionally. Ah, gamers. Ah, gamers. Oh me, oh my, I was gonna hem and haw about which of these two I was supposed to play first. Now I get to have my cake and eat it too? Oh, good catch. They are a bot. A bot with Cape Bishop. Okay. Oh wow, we get to activate Kale and once and future her. No, we're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna get rid of the acid arrow here, obviously. Mirage card, Merlin card, draw for turn. Yeah, Zubat here. Zubat, dip-a-dop, the boobot, do-do-do, Zubat. Living up the zoo. Yeah, yeah. Has Sarah been playable in this deck? Sarah's been excellent. You're consistently putting Sarah out on turn 4. How do you know they're a bot? Is there something that gives it away? Yes. I actually don't want to... I don't want a collector here because I probably want to Shadow King this Dazzler. Shadow King doesn't work on Dazzler. The Dazzler is +2 from Nico Minaru. So yes, it does work on Dazzler. I'm going to... Omniversal. I'm going to... Once and Future the Mirage. I'm going to Polymorph the Kale. I'm going to... sit on this one, I think, and I'm going to Pim plus Frigga the Pim. That loses the game. That loses the game. I think that lost us the game. You in the right there. We're not beating Blue Marvel though, right? I lose the Blue Marvel. I lose the Khazar too, yeah? This is only 11, 17. I tie Khazar. This is 6, and this is also 6. It's a losing bot. There really aren't loser bots in the 90s. Do we win the breaker into Khazar? Do we? I don't think we do. Khazar would be 12, and I'm going to 14. Yeah, they're getting 2, 4 over here. Yeah. Yeah, Shadow King actually makes the Gilgamesh one. I guess Shadow King is +1 over here. It takes 2 off a Dazzler and 1 off a Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is base. No, he's base 9. Actually, it says right here. So no, it's actually positive over there. They'd be -2 +3. Freaking debris gamers. The 3 people involved in every game of Marvel Snap you play. You, your opponent, and Benjamin Brode. And that one's gonna be a cube for Ben. Hey, look, it's one of those locations that Luke wins for us. If they do Sanctum again this month, will it be palpable without the massive points rewards from Twitch drops? The reward structure is almost assuredly going to be different. Almost assuredly. Rocket Raccoon Surge Bishop. Can I snap them with the double Victoria hand? I don't know. Yeah, they're probably a bounce gamer. I have Luke for the sewer system, which is nice. I'm pretty sure I'm legally obligated to do this, yes? I guess the other question is, am I playing Infinity Ultron or am I playing Sarah? I think Infinity Ultron might actually be better, just in case. Also, the stones might be good over here, yeah? I'm definitely Galactusing. I'm just deciding what my backup plan is. Oh my goodness. They're probably bouncing the right though, yeah? We're dead though is the problem. It's like they have 9 power Sage and 7 power Hitmonkey. We'd have won without the Galactus play because we wouldn't have had priority. If I would have just played Sage and Monkey both cost 3. So Sage and Monkey both cost 3. So Sage is 9 and Monkey is 7. Monkey is 9. They go to 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. I need like 28 over here, right? I don't think I can get big enough. They played their She-Hulk to make their monkey bigger. They don't have She-Hulk. Their She-Hulk got played into the center in time. Rocket is free. Was the rocket free? They have Surge Rocket? Yeah, I gotta go. So, we lost that game doing the content play that chat bullied me into. Chat owes me 2 cubes. If we don't Galactus there, Galactus is an 0-10, and I don't have priority, and we win that game with Shadow King plus our what's it called cards. That game's a good reminder, though, that Mirage is really awesome. Put it on my tab, yep. So, some takeaways from this. I really liked Jennifer Kale with Sarah, Victoria, Hand, and Frigga. I am skeptical after playing those games that the place where Infinity Ultron belongs is a deck like this. I had a lot of games in that set where, because we had so many other cards generating cards into our hand, Infinity Ultron stones just weren't really feasible. We also had a few games where, like, his stones were really good when we had space for them. But I think the next Infinity Ultron deck I want to explore is a build where we're maybe a little bit more ramp focused and not all in on this hand buff type stuff. I think my initial idea of Jennifer, Luna Snow, Sarah, Ultron, like these 4 cards, like 2 good 5s you want to ramp into on 4, I think that's a really good game plan. I think pairing it with these other cards that come up my hand is not it. So Quinjet doesn't actually solve the problem that we're having here. So Quinjet doesn't make Merlin's cards cheaper. Quinjet doesn't make Kate's cards cheaper. Quinjet often doesn't make the card Mirage is giving you cheaper. So Quinjet doesn't actually help you make your hand smaller. You just, like, literally don't have enough time to play out all these constantly generated things. Is the issue. I don't think cutting one card generator or adding something like Quinjet actually addresses what I'm talking about. I think Infinity Ultron just feels clunky with all these other cards that are also putting stuff into my hand. And, like, in the games where I had hand space and we played him out, like, that was fine. Like, his stones felt good at 2. Or especially 1 with Sarah, but just pairing him with all this other collector fodder felt like it wasn't it. Alright, we're gonna take a pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. When we get back, we are going to be playing all different decks featuring stuff that's recently been updated. We're gonna do some viewer decks today. The first of which is this Sasquatch pile of cards. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Happy Friday. Yes, Merlin is one of the most aggressively clog your hand style cards in Marvel Snap has ever released, for sure. Nice base stun, bro. Look at you rapidly approaching a nice number of months, too. Thanks for the 68. CS, thank you for the 16, by the way. Tashori, thank you for the 23 months. I feel like I'm missing a bunch of notifications today. I gotta be more on it. What's my most anticipated card for this month? It's honestly hard to pick one. I feel like there's a lot of sweet things coming up. This is one of the best month of Marvel Snap card releases we've had in a very long time. Maybe probably all year so far. I'm curious to see how this feels. Sarah and Sasquatch feels like some tension together when you can't play the Sarah out earlier. Feel free to swap Rogue with Jennifer Kale. So I feel like we need some amount of tech cards is the thing. Like I like the idea of Kale for Sarah sooner, but like I don't think you can exist in our current metagame with 0 tech cards. Even 1 is on the low side for a deck like this. 2 to 3 tech cards really feels like the sweet spot. Sarah's kind of a backup when you don't have Squanch in hand. Yeah, have you thought about have you tried Hope? Hope does a somewhat similar thing. Delinear, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. Let's see how it feels. Discard doesn't play tech cards, right? Yeah, and discard's only okay for that reason. Gambit's like a scotch of interaction. And maybe let's try Hope. We do have this excellent Hope variant we have not played enough with yet from last month. Has there ever been a Hope deck without Kitty? Yeah, I'm sure at some point we've played Hope without Kitty. Turn 3 Galacta is lovely. Kenosha dying is nice. Either of these dying was honestly good for us. Just a little bit less restricted on the board. Das the good stuff, yeah? I think I'm playing Bishop second here just for the sake of just for the sake of getting the bonus on Kitty. I also want Bishop in the restricted path, I think. Rogue into their mojo might actually matter here. Or not, JK. Yowza. Well, that's an incredible draw. And Mysterios fill here and here. Opponent has 12 energy, so like hopefully they're staying. We could lose in theory, I suppose, but in a very good spot. Alright, we've been controlled in the center. Looks like we're winning on the right. Good variance there for them. They rolled the polymorph on their 4-drop instead of one of their 2s. Still crunched. Didn't matter which side they played the Agamotto on either. Nice tech card gamer. That's the opponent contemplating their 12 energy life decisions here. Any advice for someone playing in Golden Gauntlet 2 that's never played in a card game tournament before? You are more than your results. Focus on having fun with the games that you are playing. Don't hyper focus on your specific record. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Make sure you have plenty of water and you make sure to eat. It's definitely easier to do in from home events. It's not a career, it's a game. You're being entertained. Yes, exactly that. Wow, they have so much energy. Oh, I think we have to go when they step back here. They have 10 energy this turn, and we didn't draw a 2-drop. If I could have drawn a 2-drop and gone like Squad Shear plus 2-drop here, I think we end up in an okay spot, but I think with this is a draw we have to leave. Another really good piece of advice. People tend to this applies to ladder too in addition to tournaments. People tend to undervalue the type of impact playing a deck that they will will have on the results of their gameplay. You are not likely to perform well if you play a deck simply because you think it's good, but you don't actually like playing it. We look at the state of the Galactus deck you played on the next break. It is aggressively mediocre. Was on track for sub 50% win rate last I checked. This is big if I can't have the Destroyer energy, no one's having it. Rip. Oh, wait, do I get the Destroyer with this? I do, yeah? Perfect. Because he cleans up the Kate Bishop here in the center, too. Oh, Strange Academy just makes it too awkward to play the Mysterio out this turn, which means my Squanch isn't really going to get to play here, unfortunately. The prizes for the Golden Gauntlets are in-game prizes. They get, like, nominal amounts of in-game currency and stiff. Alright, I would like the hood to go... Well, I was gonna say left, but I don't think it actually matters. If they Shang me on the left, they go to 6 total there, which means playing a Mysterio clone into here wins the lane. Because it'll take this to 7. Looks pretty good. We're playing out 6 things, so I'm going to 16, 20 in the middle, and I'm going to a good bit on the right as well. They have 10 energy again. It's possible that playing the real Mysterio in the center is wrong and I'm supposed to play it right. Well, I was gonna say that's a weak stay, but I guess the Annihilus ship's 2 back. We still get the casserole. Pretty sweet first set for our pile of cards. I do love me an honest Mysterio deck. Definitely a bishop into kill angle. Hopefully this is a location that's friendly to play Angela to. Lovely. Modoc's scary. Our deck's probably bad against discard. If you're having issues on the Twitch side, I remind you that the YouTube stream is also live. There are no encoding or dropped frames on my side, so it's definitely on Twitch's. The Ultron deck that we made at the end of the stream yesterday will definitely get a highlight. It was a sweet deck. I don't know that it was a sweet Ultron deck. Thanks, Anna. Appreciate you being here. None of those are the copy of Rogue I wanted for Christmas, eh? I assume we're very dead here. With the Modoc and the Bullseye. Maybe they don't have Swarm or... Maybe they don't have Swarm or what's it called? Oh, I guess we could just die in the center too, yeah? Swarm their last card, naturally. I assume we lose all 3 here. And this is part of what I was talking about at the start of the set when I said I don't think you could really play decks like this without 2 to 3 tech cards. While we felt kind of reasonable against the Agamotto deck that was incredibly fair, there's plenty of combo decks in the metagame. And I think you need a couple of ways to interface with people that are just like ignoring you and making numbers. Basically, decks like this are decent into opposing tech cards because we spread our power out in a pretty fair way. But we struggle against people who aren't playing tech cards. I don't think a Merlin Morgan deck exists. That's remotely reasonable. They're just cards that do very different things. How could you fit more pieces of tech in here? It's probably like Gwenpool. Gwenpool or... Nah, probably not Bishop. I like Bishop. Gwenpool's probably the first stream. I do this so I can have 5 on 4. Oh, and they're airship anyways. We're never winning that. Got it. Opponent has all of the energy. And Angelo might be the best ultimate variant out there. It's definitely up there. Pretty good. We have 1 card in hand here. We have 2 cards in hand. This gives me plus 11 over here. I want to hedge all 3 here. Casserole, says local man about to make a Venom. Oh, we only tied the center. Apologies. Yeah, to keep the curve somewhat samey, I think I'd want some more 3 energy tech cards in the deck. And I think ideally we want our tech cards to be proactive in the face of what's it called? I think I would swap Rogue for something else. I think if I were to put more bits of tech in here, I think it would be like Mobius, Lucas, Red Guardian. Keeps the curve pretty similar to what it was, pulls it down a little. These three cover a pretty wide range of things. Red Guardian covers a lot of the same things Rogue covers, and Mobius does too in a way. Let's do a few like this, I think. We can take an Admiral. You can take an Admiral. Okay, so I'm having fun with this deck. I want to play some more with it after we swap in some pieces of technology. We're gonna take a pause for cause. Let some adverts roll first, though. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Hope you're having a wonderful start to your weekend. Thanks for being here on a Friday. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, consider tapping the like button. Doesn't cost you anything. Helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate all the folks who have done that already today. Gosh, I've got so many good... We've had so many good deck runs because Marvel Snap's been sweet lately that I think we might have double highlights on Saturday and Sunday this weekend on the Deck Highlights channel. We actually haven't gotten around to Merlin and Spice Rack yet at some point. There's been so many things I want to play. Only so many hours in the day. So someone was asking where we're going to get to the Marvel Rivals Auto Battler today. We are not. Probably Monday. There's so many Snap things I want to try. Yeah, I mean, it's not even just all the new card releases, but like there's still things from last OTA last week I want to try. We've got some new ones this week with Ultron and what's her name, Giant. Like, yeah, Marvel Rivals added a limited time game mode, Super Giant. Yeah, Marvel Rivals added an Auto Battler limited time game mode. So I wanna check that out at some point, but it's up for like 2.5 weeks, so we'll check it out at some point next week. Turns out when new cards are added and balance passes are made, Snap is super freaking fun. It is, Marty. It really is. They often say absence makes the heart grow fonder. And my experience in Pocket definitely made me more fond and appreciative of the care that Second Dinner takes with balancing their metagames. We used to say it compared to Magic the Gathering a lot, that a bad Marvel Snap metagame was still more varied than a good Magic format. And I think that honestly might just be true of most card games. The regular churn that Snaps creates is just so good. Snap is definitely an outlier in the card game space, yeah. Agree. What if I do this to maximize my chance of getting an Acid Arrow? This is excellent, says local man about to be a nihilist. When Kate is on Sinister, does she produce the same 2 arrows? She does not. I'll take an expansion diff in my favor up next. Oh, come on, Benjamin. That's rude. Go Biddle! Thank you, Hope. Thank you, Hope. Debris is pretty annoying. Must not have it. I think the most surprising thing to me about this season is just how many people are playing Clog. Because Merlin's so good against it. Speaking of, just gotta get my bonus in early. I have another one here. Playing Titania out proactively is weird. Them losing Gore is incredible for us. Once in future is lovely. H Mart, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. I think it's just this. Get Doc Ock on the left, we're a little sad, I suppose. That's a great draw. So it means that I get to dictate what's going on here. Omniversal left. I don't have to make that decision this turn. I can wait and see what's happening. Well then. Alright, Merlin, give me a way to clear the void here, bud. she's so good. If I play Hope here, I would be at 7, 12 versus 16. Oh, wait, I'm getting the 2 from this too, though, right? So I'd be at 5, 9... 5, 9, 14 versus 16. It's 14 enough to win the left, though. Sure is. Sure is. I've said this a lot, but it bears repeating. If you're someone who only gets some of the season passes, this is a really good season pass for you to get. Merlin is a really fun, interesting, mechanically unique card. It's very dynamic. Big Nico Minaru vibes. Big Nico Minaru vibes. Pocket's been taking my money. You should spend your money on things that help you find joy. But I will say, as someone who spends a lot of money on a lot of different games, Pocket is, for me personally, Pocket is the least fun game for me to spend money on. I feel like I get less for my money in Pocket than I do in literally any other mobile game I've ever played. Obviously, very subjective, etc. You do you. I have Kitty and I have Merlin. I think we're stamping here. No, I think Pocket's gameplay is alright. I'm enjoying playing Pocket. It just isn't particularly satisfying to spend money on. Almost filled the rate too. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. What a combination of Merlin RNG here. Holy. He polymorphed into a Scream and then he once-in futured into the Bifrost. That's actually incredible. What an esports wizard, yep. Wow, look at this turn. What an incredible sequence. And the once-in future here is gonna clear the goblin. And they have priority, so they can't reclog me after they clear it. You think we need to get a wellness check on their cell phone chat? Yeah, they can't cannonball me out of the game either because of Sanctum. Their vote is dropped to the toilet. Yeah, I think that Merlin RNG might have caused our opponent's phone to be jettisoned into orbit. Oh my goodness, are we gonna play this 2-10 or are we done here? How much sodium do we have? Not that much. Okay. Whew. Whew. That was a good example of how good play and Merlin can dismantle Clog. Like I said, very puzzling that Clog's anecdotally been on the rise because it really does not enjoy playing against Merlin. Played well. Could you make a deck with Hood, Century, Werewolf, and Merlin? Yeah, I mean, all those cards have synergy together. Seems fine. I would like one wizard, please, to deal with this rock. What's the best Merlin deck, in your opinion? We don't know the answer to that question. A lot of ways to build around Merlin. I'll snap on the kitty draw and Sokovia being a clean path for Angela. Are you participating in the tournament today? I think it's pretty unlikely that I have time to participate in any weekend tournaments for Snap while summer's going on. That's not ideal for me. Makes Mysterio Sasquatch significantly worse. The opponent's second. If they discarded a Goliath, so I think they're more likely to be Spectrum with Iron Man and Mystique. And we're definitely going to play 4 Galacto. I'm just debating if I want to play the Angela out this turn. Do I want to play Lucas too? I'm gonna get the same number of Galacta triggers regardless, right? So I might as well. I guess the upside to playing Galacta this turn is it means I can play multiple cards next turn to make Sasquatch bigger. Has a lot of appeal. Charging my Galactas. Like one of your finest red Guardians, please, deck. That's unlucky. I think we're beating Ultron on the left. I should have counted if we were beating Ultron on the left. I don't know. It's Conquest. Who cares? They're what? 20, 40. I don't know. Do math, Brood. Cool. Play your cards and let Brood sort it out. Easy clap. Wasn't worried for a second. It's Friday, chat. You can't expect me to want to do math on a Friday. It's unreasonable. Math is for nerds, something like that. Ooh, food for my wizard. Hopefully this side location is good for Angela. High quality card gaming experience. Get Surge to start. It's close though with Angela. Having Galacta and Kitty already in my hand makes Surge slightly less exciting. That's gorgeous though. Isn't she gorgeous, chat? I get to go Galacta into Kitty next turn now. I would snap here, but I mostly don't snap while playing against humans on the ladder because I want my games to actually play out when they're sweet, and this game is sweet. Alright, don't diff me too hard, expansion. I accept. Not diffed too hard, request granted. I know I said I wanted to snap, but them thinking they're in a good position is scary, so I'm gonna chill for now. It could be some kind of combo deck with no plays and then snap on 4. Is Mr. Negative? Sure. Spicy. about to nim my rod opponent. The opponent's icon is a super giant artwork. So they could have Destroyer, and they could have Destroyer, and they could have 2 Destroy cards. Are the options here? And kind of just a coin flip against either. And then obviously I need to hedge, putting enough power to not die to Galactus on the right. What are they doing? That's 3 cards on the right. After a Nimrod. Is it like Ghost Spider in to destroy it? But like, what's the last one? Oh, wow! What a cook. Ain't even mad. They deserve that one. Holy. I was like, when their second card flipped up, I was like, what's a real Marvel Snap card that beats me here? Yeah, full 4, 5, 6 combo for them there for sure. You do that every game, that deck probably never loses. Pretty sweet. The old razzle dazzle. I was about to say that's probably the one time that's actually come together for them. Accurate. I will say, experiencing that type of gameplay makes me long for... what's it called? Makes me long for Sanctum Sanctorum coming back at the end of the month. That's very novel, but Marvel Snap's definitely a more fun and interesting game for me personally when people are playing to the board. Well, we no longer need to reroll Dream Dimension. Opponent had 6 cards in hand, and that Galacta got pulled in, for anybody who's counting. Uh, 50-50 to lose Merlin here, but I think I want extra energy next turn so I can set up a good Sasquatch for the last turn. Opponent won the 1 in 6. I lost the 50-50. Sometimes you are the pigeon, other times you are the statue. And they had images of Icon in their 20 card deck. Sometimes it really do be like that. Haba, thank you for the 5 years. I appreciate it. Welcome back. They must not have had any other playable cards in their hand. They just wanted to get the Galactic bonus this turn. I mean, they could have Azola, but I'm pretty confident they just didn't have another playable card in their hands. Can I ever cope into staying here? No, I don't think so. Well, I want to just play a couple more here to wrap this deck up before we move on to the next one, but our variance has been absolutely atrocious for these last couple. Some tough beats. Oh, the YouTube stream for Pockets up over 400 people again today. It's been popping with the new season. You'll love to see it. Oh, I don't love bricking a draw. I think I just want to turn her off. Oh, that was a hub surge. Yikes. An acid arrow returned to you if you play it on Castle's emote. Yep. And Lucas hopefully lets us steal the right. I suppose they could have Luke as well. If we both have Luke here, I'm at 6-14, and they're at 13-15-13. So if we both have Luke, I win the right. We're hoping to top deck Mysterio so I can give them a clone and compete in Castle Zemo. I think this wins the game a lot of the time, but their Luke plus an anti-venom card is a little bit of a wild card. Oh, they just didn't play for the center because they think they're winning the right. Cool. Oh, did I miscount? Oh, I forgot to count Surge's +1. Oh, Mobius turns off anti-venom. He sure does. Oh. Play more Luke Cage, gamers. Play more Luke Cage. I feel like this deck's a little bit of a blueprint in a way for, one, why Merlin is sweet and can be played in a lot of places, and two, how to just kind of brew with generically good cards in this format. Like, you just like have a game plan that gets some numbers. In this case, our numbers are Galacta, Squatch, and then like the Kitty Angela package. We've got a range of bits of technology here to give you counterplay into different matchups. That way the places where your numbers aren't good enough to compete on raw rate, you still have something to do. And then Merlin just kind of ties the room together. His spells give you utility and also give you extra cheap things to play out for Sasquatch in tandem with Kitty and Kate's arrows. His spells also have a small amount of synergy with Angela because you can play them into her path to give her +1. Mysterio's extra bodies are things you can work with Merlin as well, which is nice. So, that's not really clean. I don't think it's going to break the metagame or be the best deck by any means, but I think if you like a lot of these cards, you can mix and match and play them successfully with the bits of cards here that we have that fill out the details. If you watch this on YouTube, make sure you tap the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the folks that do that. What are we doing for our next viewer pile? We have a request to play an Ultron build. So, I really like this core for Ultron. We gotta decide what else do we want to fill in around it. We played a collector build earlier today with these 4 cards in it, and it felt like Infinity Ultron did not have hand space consistently. Oh, Penguinverse! I missed that one. Yeah. We'll have that up today probably. I might have one too many. I might have one too many. We'll see. It's only noon. Yeah, we'll get to yours. For sure, we could do some Super Giant. All right, so I'm gonna stew on what do we want to do with this, and I'm going to. We could do something with odd reveals. That's fun. Yeah, not my dance. I might bump yours till Monday. I need to run an ad break, and I'm going to run upstairs and grab my lunch. And when we get back, we're gonna build and then play this. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yes, OTA made Ultron not good with Surfer. Accurate. You're me. I realized I was sorting through the fridge for lunch components, but there are 3 open things of hummus now, and 2 of them are almost gone, so. Lunch today is finishing the 2 almost gone things of hummus. Do you want Pixie with Ultron? I don't think so. I mean, Pixie with Ultron could be something worth trying, but it's a different deck than this, right? Are there any other good 5s I want? Surge could be another cost reduction. It could be. Hey, Comics Games. There's a thread for DC Dark Legion under Gaming General. I'll tag you. A relatively active group in there. I don't hate the idea of Surge and then a bunch of proactive tech cards. We're not going to be filling our hand. And things like Devil Dinosaur and Darkhawk, I think are not great. Because, things like Devil Dinosaur and what's it called are not great just because, you don't want to play them early because they'll get tagged by tech cards. What if we played Surge along with the suite of proactive tech cards? The Luke Mobius Red Guardian. Esme to find Ultron more consistently, maybe? Oh, you know what we could do as well? Instead of Legion, we could play Blink. Do I need Sarah? What's Dark Legion? Dark Legion is a DC IP gacha game that I've been playing a bunch of. We've had some community members playing. If you want to check it out, you can use my link in chat. Just make sure you switch to server Earth 215 if you want to play with the rest of us. We've got an alliance where you do group stuff with. If you're on 215, the progress doesn't transfer though, so make sure you jump over to 215 before you play too much. We could do this. I say test with Sarah and remove if DB. That's true. We'll probably draw Sarah some amount of the time. We just play these as our 3/5s. Do you have enough honor reveals for Gore? I don't know that we do, right? I guess Infinity Ultrons is 3 honor reveals in 1. I kind of like the idea of having Blink guarantee one of these two. All right, I'm not playing any 4, 5s, or 6s. I wanna blink into these two. So these last 3 spots are gonna be 1s, 2s, 3s. What 1, 2, 3s do I want? Psylocke. I don't know that we need more ramp. I think Luna, Jennifer, Surge is plenty. We could round out with cards that buff the stones without being 100% all in on it. The other deck was overfilling our hand too often, but a couple could be okay. Nico Hood Merlin. Nico Hood Merlin's not a bad package. I don't hate that. Because Nico can eat Surge or even Jennifer sometimes in a pinch. It could be Victoria Friga stuff as well, but oh yeah, Merlin's technically another way to get 5 energy on 4 as well. I like that. I like that call out. He technically does that also. He's another pseudo piece. God, he's so good. Hey, Rama. Thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Haba Hut, thank you for the 5 years. And Trill Brady, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. I think I missed a few of those in there. H Mart, dropping off some Bezo bucks as well. Good morning, good morning. I think I'm Merlining here because I have Luna, Snow, and Blink is the plan. Do you think Merlin might be a new versatile card like Kate Nico Sam? The more I play with Merlin, the more I think I might rank him as a buy this type card, yeah. Should order this correctly so we can blink the Luna. He's really solid. Oh, if we blink here, our hand's gonna be over full. Gap, thank you for the 77 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. We could hit Sarah, and we do get 1 stone either way. All right, I'm gonna do it. Perfect. I think we're just doing this. We could poly Sarah. Oh, we can poly Sarah, can't we? And I actually want to poly Sarah before I play Hood, because she could be a destroyer, yeah? Opponent's gone, sorry. Sorry, I feel a little bad with the long rope into the snap there, but we had just, like, and this is why I love Merlin, right? Like, do you see how many permutations this turn could play out with? Like, there's so what we landed on here is Hood into the bar with no name. Once in future is gonna throw Ice Cube back into my deck. Polymorph's gonna upgrade Sarah into a 6-drop. We're gonna drop Bullseye here, and we're gonna re-roll this location, also put 2 more points on Merlin. Like, someone asked me earlier if Nico is still my favorite card. She is for the time being, but man, is Nico creeping up on her space. Just such dynamic, interesting gameplay. Hey Jeff, I want to let you know I appreciated your video on the Pocket channel about disabling comments. I don't know what it says about me that I tried to comment on that video. You're not alone in that, I tried to comment on the video about turning comments off. All right, we just need a Luna Snow to get to one of these sooner. Well, there's certainly a Killmonger deck, yes. I will say, I like, and obviously it's a little sad for us there, but buffing Supergiant, no, I think buffing Supergiant was a good choice because it hedges their bets against the big buff to Ultron being too much. Because Supergiant is a natural predator of, I'm playing a 5 energy setup card on 5. I like their decision making to do that. Arctic's like not bad into Karmartage. It's not as good as theirs though, huh? Okay, so if I activate Jennifer, I'll have 7 energy next turn, which would let me blink and play something else, and then the Infinity Ultra goes on Karmartage, which is pretty fun. Oh, but I guess this is awkward. Because this is gonna blink. This is gonna blink my Nico now, yeah? I can't play Blink on Castle Zemo, really? That's fine. I think it's still a play. Not getting an Ultron double here is unfortunate. Infinity Soulstone might be sweet though. Let's win the center. It's not quite enough to win the center, right? The Red Guardian might cheese it. I'm gonna stay. We're probably supposed to leave, but I'm gonna stay. Oh my goodness, we got him. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, we got him. Send Luke across. We flip this over, and then this gives us two Infinity Ultron bots here, and then left and right each get +8. Everywhere gets +8. That was a wonderful Ultron game. Made possible by Sarah and Ultron and our ramp to allow us to play both. We did the thing. If I want to play an Infinity Ultron deck, should I get Luna Snow? I think ramping to 5-on-4 is very good for Infinity Ultron. My goodness. You snapped. I was going to snap. Am I activating Jennifer? Double Luna is 6 next turn, right? Which already lets me Ultron plus Hood. I don't think I do this yet. I think I wait a turn. Okay, I had a mini heart attack that I wasn't going to be allowed to. I wasn't going to get an ice cube. Could have gone better for us, but also could have gone worse. Definitely could have gone worse. I think I'm sitting on Jennifer for the last turn. Yeah, I think I'm waiting on Jennifer's energy for the last turn. Rip. Is it ever Mobius for their Valentina cards? That's an interesting thought. It shuts off their Quinjet too. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Hey, Sungati, good afternoon.
Such is my judgment.
So this doubles on reveals, and this moves a card to Infinity Ultron's location. So this is unfortunately pretty useless for us here. I think we have to go. Or did they realize they played a blank 5/7 there? This could have turned into Scar as well, so it could have been a 12 power thing. I don't think we can win this. Yeah, I needed a Power Stone to get him up. What do they have? They have 7 cards, one of which is a random 6. I don't think I can play for all 3 is the problem. Luke does give me +2 over here. I don't think it's possible. I think we retreat now. We might get a retreat out of them as well here, but I think we're dead most of the time.
Escaped.
Yeah, maybe instead of making the demon, we're supposed to clog them right. So we could win that deterministically. I can see that go Mobius plus Bluestone on turn 5. I think you're right. If we're playing to win, that's probably the better line. This is the person that was playing the Nimrod Shuri deck earlier.
Opponent snapped.
I missed that this person came into the chat having never messaged before, so they were probably hanging out. Got it. I missed that. I missed that they were an extra viewer for the first time. Classic followed the stream to let me know after the game. What are we blinking into? We are blinking into Sarah and Infinity Ultron. Now I do this, and I'll snap here because, this is guaranteed to give us Sarah next turn. God, I hate everything. Alright, can I top deck Sarah?
Opponent snapped.
I probably should have left. Ultron's just not enough. We needed Sarah. Sandcastle got kicked. Yes, gamers, I'm aware that the Sweats are playing Wiccan with 8,000 tech cards. I appreciate you informing me of the things I already know. Narrator, he did not, in fact, being appreciated. In fact, did not appreciate it. Besides tech cards, Merlin seems sick with Wiccan. I mean, it's only playable with the tech cards. Blink Hood for the 1 and 5. I don't have 6 energy to Blink Hood. The first tier reward in the web shop is normally just a little bit of gold. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's very comparable to just completing the weekend mission anyways, so if you're holding off on buying the season pass because you want the extra thing in the web shop, you should just buy the season pass and get the first weekend mission done instead. How's your experience been? We haven't had that many bots. This is a bot, 100%. The season pass missions were tokens now, not gold. That's fair. Forgot they changed that. I don't know. I guess if that matters to you, do as you will. We do this. This makes 7 points of power here. Blink doesn't do anything, but it hedges appropriately. Assuredly, this beats the beat boop, yes. Didn't Glenn say they were changing that back? We'll find out in 90 minutes, eh? So Blink only exchanges for cards that are more expensive, so when you go to Blink Infinity Reality Stone and there's only a 2-drop left in my deck, you get nothing back. Changing back is the season pass missions going back to gold from collector's tokens. They were collector's tokens last month. I think we hood on 1 when I have Merlin on 2. It's interesting that Merlin honestly feels like he makes a Surge a little bit less good. That's lovely for us, though. Elko, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. I think this is right. Do I want a 2x Nico? I don't really want to play into here. And I should have plenty of energy next turn, right? So I think I said on Nico for now. You think Merlin is balanced, or you think there's a chance that they nerf him? I think if Merlin gets nerfed, it'll be a Sam Wilson-esque nerf where he's still omnipresent and playable. You could blink the Kale instead of once in future. Yeah, but I don't have extra energy next turn, right? Do I need extra energy? That's a good point. Do I need the extra energy? I guess I don't really, right? Is it just this? Is committing too much here? Hey, but maybe I put Infinity Ultron over here. No, I think I need his points over here. Maybe I split this difference. Maybe I split this difference. I agree, but I wanted his opinion on if Merlin is Suitor, Release Realm, or if he's just like Sam Wilson. So, Suitor and Sam are two very different types of cards, right? Like, Suitor, after it was nerfed, stopped being a relevant playable card because the only thing Suitor does is make numbers, whereas Merlin and Sam Wilson do significantly more than just make numbers. We did hit red stone, purple stone combo here, which is nice. This gives me 1, 2, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 in the center. I think they're gonna Shang the right. You think so? You've got to be forking shirting me. How is that even real life? Merlin! How many locations lose me the game there? How many locations lose me the freaking game there? Is it like 2 of them? Are there like 2 of them in existence that lose me the game there? All right. So I accept that I'm unlucky, but also I should have rolled the location to the right. No, I don't think it's hindsight. I think it was objectively correct to roll the location to the right thinking about it. I know obviously we low rolled there, but less emotional, more reflective. I think it is 0% correct to roll that location. There are far fewer this location was bad variance for me on the right there. And it's easy to just want to complain, I know. But the could have made better choices. Could and should have made better choices. Lunsha, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. We're gonna break a draw next turn because of Merlin, but I think that's fine. God, is that fine? So I'm gonna brick the following draw too when I play Surge, right? Or when I play Sarah. So is this better? Maybe this is better. That's close. I want to reroll the lefts in case they play a 3-drop there. Merlin, I was trying not to brick a draw, bud. Merlin must have misunderstood. It's fine. It's fine. We go again. Another one. Weird world incoming. That's so rude. I think I want Jennifer here, actually, because looking at the cards that are in my deck, I don't think I'm playing my Surge card next turn. I actually don't want to polymorph the hood because I want to Miss Marvel this game, I think. Do I want to play this? I don't think I do. I think I let the 0 cost Nico ride till next turn. Red borders and not an airship deck. Interesting. Would we play any card we surged into? Maybe, probably not the 5s, right? This works how I want, yeah? Like 90% sure it works how I want. And then this is a 1, so polymorph turns it into a 2. God, Merlin puts you in so many cool situations. That's sad. Hopefully we're enough to win the right here through the warhead. It's gonna be close. Lady Death Strike's a big hitter. Oh. We hit average polymorph variance, we win the game. What a sick game of Marvel Snap. Merlin's probably going to be the sweetest card to release all year. I know we've got half the year left, but... Hey, Ricardo, thanks for always watching the YouTube stuff. He's so sweet. Just such an awesome design. The rest of what this deck has going on with Ultron and Blink and stuff, and Sarah has been good too, but Merlin really does so much. Nacho Lewis, thank you for the 1.5 years. I need to run some ads. I need to run to the restroom. We're going to play some more of this when we return. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Appreciate you choosing to start your weekend here in Hoaglandia. Hope your Friday's off to an excellent start. If you're watching on YouTube, consider tapping the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate all the folks that have done that already today. Let's dive back in here, shall we? Yeah, I just don't think the... How bad is Dino? I just don't think the 5 energy cards that are worth stats only are worth playing, generally speaking. Is like what it comes down to. Darkhawk. Darkhawk's the only 5 energy stat stick that's like remotely close to being playable, and that's playable in large part due to the fact that it is what's the word I'm searching for? Oh yeah, I guess Ajax is a good call out too. Ajax and Hawk, the rest of their package is like disruptive. Is a big part of what it is. So they do more than just enable. The enablers for them are very solid. Okay, so we'll go this into this, and then we can blink this into Infinity Ultron or Sarah next turn. Okay, all looking real clean here. Hopefully we win the priority flip so we can clear this before it gets bigger. This is a good lesson for folks at home. Priority is determined by who's currently winning on board. And if you're tied, in this case 2-2 at the only location, it's 50-50 random. I know I have priority here because my nameplate is gold. So I think we blink the Red Guardian into Infinity Ultron, and then on turn 5 we play this area, yeah? This is guaranteed to be Infinity Ultron because Infinity Ultron's the only 5 in my deck, only card that costs more than 3. That's how we have this deck constructed. I don't know if we're going to have enough numbers to keep up here. I didn't get any of our stones that make stats. So, Meek can move. They have a bunch of swarms. I think this is a retreat angle. Just can't put enough points down. Maybe this Mobius is supposed to be like a Shadow King.
Escaped.
Surge has also felt kind of mediocre in our games. And playing, I think we were dead even if they couldn't play their swarms. I don't think that mattered. What about Sage or another on reveal to take advantage of the Yellowstone? I can see that. It's definitely felt like we've been lacking numbers. So I kind of want to go. I don't hate the idea of Sage. Let's try this. Surge. The problem with Surge is I just never want to play Surge over Kale or Kale or Merlin, as always would rather play one of those two. Speaking of, I think Kale is worth a pickup if you want to play decks with Infinity Ultron. I think we are unfortunately dead here because of location variance. It's a shame, because our hand is otherwise pretty good here. I just don't think we can beat a free 16-pointer on the left. Asgard. Asgard Besieged is one of my less favorite locations they've added in recent memory. That's a very, very polarizing effect. I like locations that reward you for playing to the board early, but feels like the payoff should be smaller. Is Nicholas an auto-include for Merlin or just bad? It's neither of those things. We played some Merlin Agamotto, and Nicholas Scratch pretty consistently got pretty big in there for us. And I would not be surprised if... as we get more cards that add skills later this month, if Nicholas Scratch became a somewhat format staple. Not amazing rolls for our Helligamer here. Legion Raid is scary. There's a chance we don't keep the Nexus forever. We'll see what Merlin ends up doing, I suppose. Yeah, Sage Mindstone is here. Although Sage isn't particularly exciting on the rest. The opponent's deck, for those not familiar, was the only deck playing Ultron before his buff. Emperor Hulkling with Blob. Maybe a little above rate. We're gonna go ahead and duck out here. So much promise on the opener. The Shadow King we had, it would have been a good draw. Maybe. I mean, they were still pretty big over there. The base power on Hulkling is quite large. You blink the stone for a 50-50 on Shadow King. The stone costs 3, so you cannot blink it into a Shadow King. Or so it costs 2, so you can't blink it into a shot, okay? Either way, my statement is true. How's the testing of Infinity Ultra going so far? I'm gonna be honest. He hasn't felt that great. Cutting Surge meant that my hand is too full to play Infinity Ultron out here and get my stones, which is awkward. And I can't just blink. Like, normally blinking into Sarah would be good here, but my opponent has a tech card. I feel like I've been winning games in spite of him, not because of him. Yeah. Yeah, we played a collector deck earlier where it was just very similar to how before they buffed him, where every time he came up that he was in our hand, basically, it was like never optimal to actually play him out. It's kind of an unfortunate reality. Go. This is one of the ones on one of the albums, yeah. Got that gold rainbow split on her too. What is that border? What is that border? That's a weird one. Does anybody know? Is this the Penny Arcade one? It's the Penny Arcade one, yeah. I think we're pretty cooked if they have any. Does it tell you if you click custom card? I have no idea. Oh, it does. Look at that. The more you know. It's the Penny Arcade border for the last set of drops. Would Infinity Ultron be less bad if he gave you 3 stones? Yeah, probably. Part of his issue is hand size, but another part is just his consistency, right? Like, I can't tell you the number of games where we've played with him, where it's like, we play him out and things are coming together, and then we look at the combination of stones he gave us, and we look at the board, and we're like, well, if we would have gotten a different combination of stones here, we might have been okay. But instead, we got the combination of stones that we have, and now it ends up ultimately not being very useful. So I think I'm going to go ahead and retire this one, and maybe we'll look at some Infinity Ultron deck lists a little bit later once we have more data on Untapped, but I'm kind of whelmed by him so far. In a deck like this that's leading into being able to get him more frequently, he just doesn't seem like he can pull enough. And in the other deck that we played where he was played with Collector in a similar ramp style shell, he just like often wasn't the best thing to be doing. We want one more games in this deck with Victoria hand like Luke Cage and Shadow King than we did with Infinity Ultron doing anything. Alright, I'll rate that. That one might get a highlight anyway, so this will be something people are interested in seeing, but I think the takeaway is probably not very good. That border was not from drops. It was the exclusive border for PAX attendees this year. Wasn't there a border from drops, or am I misremembering? Am I mixing it up? I thought drops gave a border. Is that different? Was it a different one? I thought there was a Penny Arcade border in drops. It's from both. Okay, cool. I was like pretty sure that was from Twitch drops. I believe you also got one for attending PAX. Okay, our next request is to revisit Supergiant. Which I'm relatively certain we've done bad things to good people with that card in recent memory. Oh yeah. We had a highlight with this one from back before they buffed her. I guess Sam Wilson's technically a little bit worse than he was. Can you play Infinity Ultron with Pixie? I mean, sure you could, but like, why is that better than just like getting like a discounted Gore or Iron Man or something else that's a bigger payoff? Makari was nerfed since then too. Yeah, that's true. Here's a interesting question. With Sam Wilson taking a nerf bat, is he better than, like, playing Lizard in this deck? Hey, what's going on, Woody? Remember Shang not being that good at this? Yeah, I'd buy that for $1. We could play Lizard Luke over Shang Sam. I decided I'm punting the Marvel Rivals Auto Battler to Monday. I think we'll probably start the stream with it on Monday. Maybe? I don't know. I gotta figure out, because I want to fit Pokemon into it. It's just so hard. There's so many games I want to play. And Snap's in just such a good spot right now. I really just want to play a bunch of Snap. So, let's take a look at what the other kids have been doing here, too, real quick. See if there's any inspiration. Is this really still not updated yet? Oh yeah, there we go, 6.5. Fenris Wolf stuff. I don't know that I buy Fenris Wolf stuff. Mercury Cannonball also seems too cute. I think I like what we already have queued up better than this stuff. Some people in chat were suggesting Merlin, and seeing it here too, I just want to emphasize that, like, Merlin is not a generically good card that you can put in any deck. It's a flexible card that can be played a lot of places, but very similar to Nico Minaru, Merlin has a relatively strict deck building component of you need to have fodder to fuel 2/3 of his spells. So the barest minimum when you are trying to play Merlin in a deck is I think you need at least 2 bodies that you're happy to throw away. You want like a hood or a mirage or some other thing that like works with his 2 spells consistently. It's the same thing with Nico and R2. Like, there's a running joke because Nico's when I always play cards and people are like, Jeff puts Nico in every deck, but like, Nico, exactly like Merlin, has this deck building requirement associated with her where you need 2 to 3 things ideally that you don't mind destroying to draw or turning into a demon. And Merlin's exactly the same. 2/3 of his spells need bodies to be functional, and you need to make sure you have cards like that. How is the priority of Supergiant's hidden cards determined? Whoever has priority going into turn 6. Just like Dark Dimension. Dark Dimension, Supergiant, and Invisible Woman. Well, Invisible Woman is on both sides. Dark Dimension and Supergiant, whichever has priority going into turn 6. Has priority for those cards flipping up. People screw up causality. Jeff puts Hood in every deck. That's more accurate. Yeah, I like playing Hood, and every Hood deck is a Nico deck, and now every Hood deck's a Merlin deck. Chat. So I know they're all gonna get played together. They're all gonna get played together. I think I like this better than any of the things other people were doing. And it's so weird to me how people always reinvent the wheel instead of looking back on what we already had. So we're close to an ad break. I'm gonna go ahead and tap it now so we can have a nice uninterrupted block with this to start. But we're gonna dive on into this next. Appreciate everybody spending part of their Friday here with us. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Ooh. Does my smacking my stomach come across the microphone? It looks like it does. I mean, I made the mistake of we were at I think we were at the water park last summer. I was doing that as just like a twitchy thing, and my toddler looked at me. I said it's a drummy tummy, and now she comes up to me and like smacks me on the stomach and goes drummy tummy. It's cute and annoying, but I have no one but myself to blame. Oh look, a formative memory, something like that. Who taught your daughter her first curse word? I don't know. Declan, my middle guy, was definitely the first one to swear at daycare, though. They were not particularly pleased. That's funny. When the teacher told me he dropped an F-bomb, I was like, I'll talk to him about it, but I do need to know. Did he use it contextually correct? And he did, so he had that going for himself. That's a bingo. All right, let's hop on into some games here, huh? Yes, Earth 215 if you're gonna poke at the DC game with us. Got a very, very active Hoaglandia alliance in there. And there's a thread in the Discord server under Gaming General for it. play him off to the right, yeah. There, Mercury could jump over. Ooh, piece of candy. Do I just slide Luke out? I don't know that I think I want Kazo to be a surprise, yeah. Why not play Patriot Big? Because I don't want to give up the Patriot body to get the discount, which is what I would be doing there. They are probably also a super giant deck. It's gonna be the sweat deck of choice. Bizarre. Anecdotally, the most common thing we've queued into. Well, the tracker is still showing super giant with the wrong stat line. That's interesting. All right, Iron Land's feeling a little jumpy, chat. What do we think of putting the Ghoulia everywhere? Because my leftovers are okay here. And I feel like they want to draw more gas because they're a Wicked deck, yeah? You could move cards into the Wicked, into the Mercury path, yes, just not out of. That seems fine, yeah. So there's 8, 11 over here. Hedge the center a little. Mercury could jump around. They have 8 energy, but I feel like we're spreading around the board a-okay here. Their Warhead is not active. She killed Luke Cage the turn. She killed Luke Cage the turn she played out. Here's a fun tidbit from Second Dinner that I assumed was the case, but it's nice to know for sure. Glenn Jones shared in the Discord server. Did you know that when you click the Smart Deck button with no cards in your deck, it builds you the best known top deck that your collection currently contains? Which is neat. So, the best deck in Marvel Snap right now is Surge stuff. Look at that. I'd also like to take great validation in knowing that the build with Captain Marvel, like we put together, is better than some people are playing Scarlet Spider in this deck, and it was real stinky. Let's think though. Is it always the same? Or does it give me a different one? Yeah. Schneet. We kind of already do that. We kind of already do that, how it handles brand new cards, because like it just tries to shove them into existing good decks. Oh, apparently he clarified. It's not guaranteed to be the best possible. If you press the button multiple times in a session, it can build different decks. It will be one of the strongest decks you can build. Okay. This great portal bug is so funny. Oh, her energy changed, so it moved. That's really funny. The person who was definitely not ghosting after they came to the stream for the first time after beating us to leave messages in chat wrote an entire paragraph about how mad and how definitely not ghosting they were. Which having a very normal reaction like that definitely makes me believe you, gamer. Just as like a general etiquette thing, and I think this should be like a common thought, but like most people playing games like this just like desperately need to touch some freaking grass. Coming into a stream and talking about the game you just played against a streamer when you normally don't watch or even follow that channel is not normal or good behavior, and it's almost never going to be assumed to be a good faith. This is very different than if you are a channel regular and you come in and say, hey, thanks for the game or whatever, after it's a channel like you're actively a part of. Like that dynamic difference of you're already here and you're a community member versus you're coming in to say something after you explicitly won for the first time. Like seeking out and following a channel for the first time. To post in chat is real strange. I really don't think that command is worth the wall of shame. I don't think that's remotely interesting enough. Decline. I'm a big fan, Jeff. I know you've been streaming for over a decade and I've literally never followed your channel. And I definitely wasn't ghosting and I just came here afterwards. I certainly believe you. One of those like, mm-hmm. Looking like a hella gamer. Probably want a Cosmo this turn, yeah. Probably should have snapped before the Cosmo, but here we are. It's a little bit of a boomer snap on my part. How's the Snap meta compared to Pokemon Pocket? I feel like Snap has a much better metagame currently. I think Snap consistently has one of the most varied and interesting metagames any card game could hope for. And that is in no small part due to the fact that Second Dinner very readily and actively balances their game. To people who are now discovering Hoaglandia's Wall of Shame for the first time, you should be aware that everything listed in those commands are things that real, living, breathing human beings elected to write into my Twitch chat. I think I might just load up the center here, yeah? That seems good. I think this seems good. Should make a Wall of Shame tier list. That's a good idea.
Victory.
It sure seems like a good 1 and 2 cube deck. Yes, for sure. You'd get more than I'm getting if you stacked more aggressively. But again, I just don't snap a ton when we're playing in these modes. Lizard and Rocket and Groot kind of have synergy when you think about it. Because Lizard encourages your opponent to play out in a certain spot. Ah, yes, the Green Goblin Surge deck. No, it's not a Camp Goblin. That is a Camp Rhino. Yeah, Galactus is a good call out. What do we think? We have Super Giant at home. Yep. Our Super Giant costs too much energy. It's like, this deck is excellent at making people retreat. Really tops at the looking at the board and being like, well, I'm definitely dead. Even if you're snapping optimally, this is definitely not a good climbing deck. This is probably a pretty decent tournament deck for grinding people down in conquest rounds. I'm gonna snap Sandbar into the Aeroship deck. also playing right is unfortunate for us. Alright, do we Warhead or do we Rocket and Groot? I think we Rocket and Groot. Our card here is not very good either way. Guess it'll be a 3-5 if it works. Oh, and it costs 4 because of the sandbar. All right, well, definitely not playing that one out. I'm going to fan here to try and grab priorities so we can Warhead Daredevil on the next turn. Can't win the center. I say shame we don't have Shang, but they actually have Soulstone, so Shang wouldn't make a difference here. Yeah, I'm happy to murder Victoria. Or are we supposed to Legion the left? Yeah, maybe. I think we're cooked. I don't know. We're probably cooked either way. Top 10 anime betrayals. Jeff murders Victoria. Accurate. My opponent also retreated! Oh man, I should have kept the faith, chat. This deck always makes people retreat on 6. Should have kept the faith. Can't lose. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Goodness me, oh my, oh my. We're definitely going to Legion, yeah. Yeah, we're definitely Legioning. Do I want to play Warhead here? I think I do. I think I do. Boop! Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This deck is so good at... Oh my goodness! Mercy! Mercy! The turn 6 retreats, chat. The turn 6 retreats. Just call us Brittany, baby, because we are toxic. Legion is the most toxic card in Marvel Snap. Someone earlier asked me, by the way, to rate... Someone asked me earlier, by the way, to rate tech cards in the order of least to most toxic. Legion is the most toxic. Number one, numero uno with a bullet. What is Makari in this deck for? Makari puts points on the board early to help you have priority. Because, for example, going Iron Patriot with priority is very good with things like Rocket and Groot and Teenage Warhead. Look at this fresh 616 Giganto gamers. So hot. So hot! Wrong 3-2. Apologies. Man, as much as I want to copy my Giganto, 2 Gigantos doesn't really do anything. Is the average speed deck a Mobius deck? I don't know. I feel like Kate and the speed, they're probably like a Wiccan deck that missed on a 1, yeah? So, Moriarty, just to be clear, I think the first Infinity Ultron deck I played was good, but I think it was good in spite of Infinity Ultron, not because of him, is what I would tell you. I'm not convinced that Infinity Ultron was ideal in that deck. Is Makari replaceable in this list? So, I know it sounds weird, but if you're missing Makari in this deck, you should play, Squirrel Girl instead. Because Makari's purpose is to help you get priority, and Squirrel Girl's really good at doing that. I'm hoping this Cosmo on the left savages them. I think you need Rocket and Groot for this one, unfortunately. Oh, we stopped them from free gaying their, what's it called, with Supergiant. Ooh, we're tied. Giganto wins the tie every time, yes. Close game. Close game. Thank you, Iron Patriot. Giganto buff won that game, yep. This deck makes me feel there is a reason why the last time we posted a highlight with 11 of these 12 cards, or 10 of these 12 cards, I called it toxic. This is definitely a strangle the life out of your opponent style deck. We need to cut Legion for Giganto. Yep. I don't think this is a super giant game. I think I want a Daredevil so I can know if Legioning next turn is good.
Minions to me.
Are ye worthy? Opponent snapped.
All right, show me what we're working with. You're Legioning the center, but I was gonna Legion the center. So this wins mid. We can't beat them on the right, though, yeah? Because they have, like, a copy of Gore. How big is this? This is 12... It's just not enough, right? I just can't beat Gore.
Escaped.
It's not a terrible one for us. Opponent playing Silver Surfer? My hand's alright, I'm gonna stay. We'll see where this goes. It's not bad for our deck full of Lucas. I'm still Infinity Ultron skeptical, if I'm being honest, Ben. God damn it, Makari. Okay. Alright, everything is fine. Nobody panic. Can I snap them back? I have Luke and Cosmo. You want a Cosmo now? For Frigga or Grandmaster? Yeah, I guess that's fair. I guess that's fair. Damn it, Derek. I'm gonna stick with my gut and not listen to Twitch chat next time. That's so fucking frustrating. God damn it, Twitch chat. So, my original line was... My original line was Rocket and Groot into Daredevil Luke into Cosmo with the Daredevil on 5 with priority. Would have been significantly better than what happened here for us. I think it's this, so I have priority. Is this cope? And I want to lose 8 cubes. They have a 16 power deck and hidden in Dark Dimension. They shouldn't, right? It'll be like 8. Oh, Arrow pulls Modok, so she's only 3 here. Arrow is actually worth... Wait, what? It buffs him while he's face down? That can't possibly be right. I mean, at least Warhead gets him here, but like... That seems super wrong. Is that a bug? That's gotta be a bug, right? Nico Binaru coming in clutch copying the 2-9 for us. Oh, I guess she was only a 2-3 technically, because we pulled the Modok. That's an old bug with Thor's too. Okay. Weird. Derek knew all along. Derek was just setting us up for the long con. The opponent never stays for 8 there if we take my line. They leave when we Cosmo the Modok. Derek was just a level above everybody in chat. That's why they're number 1. Yeah, Luke Cage, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Play more Lucas was a big part of, like, all of our cards came together, but Luke Cage is the reason why we actually won that game, right? Some folks were asking about Makari. Makari is an incredible Iron Patriot enabler for spots like this. Speaking of playing more Luke Cage. Luke Cage, gamers! Luke Cage! Zabu, Mr. Sinister. Hand buff? Question mark? Zabu would be weird in Cerebro too, right? They're just a Galacta pile. Yeah, I can see that. Which means they're going to put Galacta here. I guess they could put Galacta here. And the crowd goes mild! I do this, and then the last turn is Quake Luke, yeah? Guess I could draw Hydra Mob too to throw in the mix. Unironically, Quake is a super fun card here. What does Legion Bid do? Legion Bid would tie the game. Whoo! I am. Yeah, I guess they never want to Enchantress the Lizard Path. To be fair. They never want to Enchantress the Lizard Path. All right, we need to take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. But this pile of cards is definitely doing stuff for us. So we're gonna let it run it back after the ad break. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Hope your Friday's off to an excellent start. If you're currently watching this on the YouTube platform, there's a like button under the video. I'm sure you could find it. You can press it. I believe in your ability. Go, go, go. I am currently still whelmed by Infinity Ultron post-buff. It's definitely a card that's got some noodling to work on, though, so I'm not... I haven't found an Infinity Ultron deck that I like yet, but I also am not done playing different things with it, I think is the best way to put it. The card has more going on than you could initially figure out in a couple hours, I think. Could end up going back to 5/8 with the new stones. Maybe, I don't know. There's a chance it's fine as is and we just haven't found it yet, Steric. The card is more complicated than the average card release. Is Supergiant a must-tier? Is Supergiant a must-tier? I don't know. We'll never know. Jury is out. Maybe we could replace her with something else. Answer the question, Hogland. Subs for hydration. I'm pretty sure the mantra is hydrate or die, so I think you know the answer. There really isn't another stellar Hydra Bob substitution for this deck. He helps you grab priority early and enables Iron Patriot while also being stats at the end of the game. The closest you could get to him is like Martyr because she helps you get priority early and enables Iron Patriot, but this deck very explicitly does not fill its lanes up, which means it's not great at, at doing the other thing with her. Can I just, like, I know I've probably said this too much today, but just for the sake of it being a reminder that everybody needs to hear more, play more Luke Cage. Play more Luke Cage. Play more Luke Cage, gamers. Play more Luke Cage. Not only is Luke a generically good card, but he's actually a combo with Legion too. Because there's so many locations where Luke is good that, like, Legion then takes it from, okay, we go from this to, like, absolutely nuts, right? I think I'm gonna move this here. Gonna move this here. Exhibit A. Harsh, but fair. Oh, wait, I'm losing the left, yeah? Damn. I thought we were tying the left, I didn't count it. Rats. Should Annie be on my radar anytime we play against Werewolf? Probably. Especially Zabu Werewolf. If I don't move Rocket and Groot, we could win this game with Lizard over here. Was my mistake. This deck's been fun, feels powerful, and has lots of choices. I dig it. I dig it. Does Cosmo mess up Werewolf by Night? It does not. Oh, this was the Nimrod player that got really indignant in chat. But we have Cosmo this time. So that's nice. I enjoy that the DC game is just pushing buttons, and that's why I play Hella and Snap. Fair, honestly. This Snap's gonna be a little boomery, but it is what it is. Oh my goodness, they're literally in the chat. They are literally into the chat right now. What a that's so funny. It's unfortunate that we're in the same bracket as someone who's gonna be scum constantly because the pairings are just not super wide. Normally we'd be able to like beat their Ghost Spider with like Cosmo or whatever, but That's funny. Tubos! I hope your vacation was swell and your personal sphere is doing all right. Thank you for the 117-month resubscription. It's a long time. Welcome back. So, Twitch actually has a setting that lets you make it so banned people can't watch your stream, but I don't have it toggled on because, like, you could watch a Twitch stream without being logged in, so it really doesn't do anything. And if someone really wants to watch my stream after we banned them, thanks for the viewer count. Iron Patriot triggers before Rickety Bridge, yeah? Like 90% sure. It's weird that Bob doesn't move first. Do I snap them back? I play against this Aeroshin player a lot, too. Should Lizard first to player on Warhead? Yeah, it's technically correct. Legion the right. I don't have to make that decision yet. About to get Galactus. And then I didn't want to Legion the right the first time because this actually favors them, yeah? Because they have a lot of cheap cards. This isn't even people acting like this is just like a play you do to do it. Like they are strictly advantaged here. They have a bigger range of things and they have more energy than me. They can likely play cards to all three here. They're a Thanos deck. They also have access to Reality Stone. Like this is a strictly correct play on the opponent's part. This is they're winning it most of the time. Legion is the most toxic card in Marvel Snap and it's not close. I believe Makari dies on the bridge. I don't know the answer to that though. Chat's making me doubt myself, but I'm pretty sure she dies. Also, again, even if she lives, we're pretty unlikely. We're pretty unlikely to win that. I'm gonna be really curious to see how much Thanos there is this weekend. I think there's a chance the answer is a whole heck of a lot. Can you explain Makari in this deck? She helps you get priority. And she helps you have points for Iron Patriot, although not when she's in Crimson Cosmos, obviously. Can't move that yet. Oh, we took priority here because of, because of what's it called? So let's say they get +5 in the middle. They go to 16. I also gave them 2 Vibranium, though. And they have 8 energy, so they can go Thanos, double Vibranium. Everybody's like, you just play Warhead on the right. My opponent has 2 copies of Vibranium in their hand. Just so we're clear. I don't think I had any lines doing that. Mobius just took away too many of our points, disabling the Helicarrier. And more specifically, the Strange Supreme rolling, freeing them on the right when it was like 66% to open them up somewhere else. Their high roll on the Strange Supreme was tough. It's a scary location. Well, I got 250 credits for free. That's exciting. Thank you, Galactus Shop. Oh, goody. Alright, so they're going to 4, I'm going to 9, and I'm shrinking anything they play, so we should be winning the Iron Patriot here. This is local man about to be juggernauted. Ooh, that's such a good one to tag with. The Rocket and Groot. That being said, they're Surfer, yeah. I'm gonna do this to fish for priority. And then we could move this and Legion next turn. Although if I find Cosmo, I don't have to Legion. Should Supergiant hope to pull Cosmo? Nah, I think that's too much of a gamble. Hey, look, I drew the card to turn off Sarah if we want it. I don't think we're drawing Cosmo. I don't feel so good, boss. I don't feel so good. Season pass card missions are back to gold now. Oh yeah, the weekend missions are up. Good show. So we're either Legioning to get rid of Carbartage, or we're Warhead plus Arrow and get Legion last turn to get rid of Carbartage. We do this, and then I Legion this next turn, and they're dead, yeah? I've heard a few people mention a new Shadow King variant now, so I'm excited to see what that looks like. Do you snap to get Bob to the left? No, I think snapping might make them leave, and I don't think I need Bob on the left. I think if we lose this game, we lose the center. But I guess they could stay for like Brood plus Surfer middle. I think there's a chance we die center. Probably not with Carbartage going away. This game feels really close. That's one of the worst types of games to snap in if you think you're ahead, but it looks really close. I bet this is Brood Surfer, and the Legion wins it. Yeah, I don't think they stay here if I snap. The boomeriest snap I've ever heard suggested. Man, Creative House Pocket is was such a stellar art pickup for them. Just a really consistent flow of top tier artwork. But Jeff, you're winning, so you should push the I'm winning button. That's true. They're taking all of my gold, all of it! Johnny, thank you for the absurdly generous tier 3 and for the 16 months. Welcome back. Good afternoon to you as well. I will say, this deck we're currently playing is the best Iron Patriot deck I've played in some time. He's definitely a dork that fell off a little bit after his nerf. He feels real good to play here. I'll snap the Warhead already, I think. They were playing Hella last time. That makes me less excited to have snapped here. The number one thing I want out of Marvel Snap is a wider matchmaking pool. It's very, very, very sad to me that we do not have global matchmaking and that I constantly repair into the same people.
Clear for takeoff.
You've discarded Odin and Jubilee. I think I want to turn off Gore. Getting the Mad Rapport bonus. Oh, it doesn't work that way. JK, lol. I just have to leave. This matchup seems real bad for us. Our deck is definitely not amazing against these combo decks where our tech cards don't matter. Getting poked by Hello while we try to climb is my penance for climbing to infinite with Hello last season. Hopefully we don't have to resort to that again. Huh? I guess I need to play here to have priority for the warhead. Even when you have Cosmo against the Hela deck, a very significant portion of the time you're just flipping a 1. It's just a 1 in 3, right? Which is not remotely good enough odds to be staying. Are they Morganaing? They're Morganaing. You're welcome. Super Giant helps keep us safe from the oppressive Morgana. She's deeply toxic. We are the bad guy. We are certainly the quasher of fun. Max is not a human. I'm not sure we're going to be able to win the game, but Max is not a human. I have a 2/6, I suppose. We should snap. I genuinely don't know that we can. The bots enjoy taking your lunch money, gamers. The deck that we are playing is not a good deck for beating bots. Is 18 enough to win here? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe? Yeah, I think we're dead. Their face down card they played on turn 5 is their only play. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Max.
Victory.
Thank you. Thank you, Maximilian. What are you looking to hide with Supergiant? It's not that we're trying to hide something with Supergiant. It's that Supergiant is a disruptive effect that we can take advantage of with cards like Cosmo and Warhead and Daredevil. Quinjet Thanos. Oh, error shit. Got it. Okay. I was very confused about Quinjet and Thanos, and then I saw their deck size. I love this Great Portal bug because so many of these cards look so funny. Like he's got his 10-pointer on the end of his spear here. It's a delish visual bug for sure. Our opponent's kind of taking a while. I go ahead and retreat. There's no way we're winning here, huh?
Escape.
All of Infinity Ultron stones cost 2 energy now. He's definitely much better than before, but the jury is out on if much better than before means playable. There's a lot of room in the previous Infinity Ultron to be better than before, but still not good. As Jeff talked about the Trump-Elon beef, I mean, it's a pretty natural conclusion that two sociopathic, compulsive liars who think they know everything and everyone else knows nothing would eventually butt heads, yes? So it's not even just about egos. Yeah, I'm supposed to Cosmo the right. That worked out. Legion the Shadowlands might dork him up here. Do I ever put this here to set up Legion the Shadowlands? I'm kind of into it, because I can always snap the Bob out, right? I think we're cooked, yeah. Should have saved the Cosmo, I suppose. Well, so I actually there was a really good post talking about the jobs numbers today. Let me see if I can find it. It's something to understand is that the jobs numbers that get put out often get adjusted downward or upward sometimes after the fact. But like the jobs numbers for last month were decent, but also the April was revised down negative 30K and March was revised down almost 100K. So like, yeah, the first batch of the jobs numbers are always preliminary. This guy's a pretty good follow if you want some pretty objective facing stuff on the Nazi site. He even does stuff like this, right? Like, there's more doom and gloom in this number, but he's also pointing out that, like, typically it's less reliable. Yeah, there's a lot of lag on this number. Like, a lot of people, like, we won't have a good baseline for what tariffs and everything else has done within these months from a data perspective until, gosh, what, probably July or August? Like, July's probably the realistic, very soonest that we get a somewhat realistic look at, okay, what was the actual numbers impact of all this? Yeah, what do all the Q2 profit numbers look like from companies? The markets with all this tariff stuff have not reacted to anything other than feelings. It's been all vibes all the way down. Because the actual data that drives the market in a non-vibe way lags significantly. Well, that's a fun one. I get snapped now, right? They're either going to fill the left on their own, or we're going to fill it for them. Last turn stat. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, the last turn stat might have given away the space throne, that's why I didn't want to do it. This is definitely a little bit late at this point. I agree that this is boomerish. Yeah, Fenris Wolf could mean Killmonger but if they Killmonger, I'm still winning the center because Warhead hasn't activated. I think I'm gonna wrap on this deck, actually. It's about time to take an ad break. That's a reasonable one. We've got a little bit bumpy towards the end there, but I think that set was a good example of like what this deck is looking to do. I think my big takeaway from playing this is that Iron Patriot is a card that's probably worth exploring in some other shells. It felt genuinely powerful inside of this deck, but it's also not a card that's just like generically powerful playing anything. It's only really strong when you're playing it with stuff that can explicitly leverage getting priority effectively and having good stats on the board. So this should be a fun card to brew and other things. All the control elements felt very reasonable. Legion continues to be a toxic piece of trash that this deck, especially with Daredevil, is good at leveraging for fun and profit. Luke Cage is one of the best tech cards in Marvel Snap, and we should all be playing more of it, myself included. All right, we've got a sweet one for our next viewer deck. This is Morgan Le Fay Phoenix Force Human Torch stuff, because in theory Morgan can rebuy your thing that you destroyed, somewhat similar to Phoenix Force, yeah. So I'm gonna let the adverts roll. We're gonna play some with this viewer submission when we get back. Appreciate everybody starting your weekend here in Hoaglandia. Don't go anywhere. I very cleverly held this submission for after the weekend missions went up, because I'm a smart boy. If you're watching on YouTube, tap the like button, gamers. Appreciate the over 300 folks that have done that already today. Yeah, I think we're definitely gonna have two deck highlights a day on the YouTube channel this weekend. I don't know how I'm gonna narrow down my Jeff's picks. Might have a longer Jeff's pick section of the best decks roundup too, because there's just been so many sweet things. I think I actually have it built, not my dance. I'm pretty sure I left it in here. I did leave it in here. So this was I've had this in my deck editor since they announced the storm change. Yes, I can get you an export on that one. Oh, you know, this is a Nico Hood deck. You probably want to try Merlin in here too. As much as it pains me to say, it's probably Merlin over Nocturne. You got these bodies down here. And I know, Nocturne is lovely, but Merlin's real good. Oh my goodness, it queued me for a game it didn't tell me. That's fine. I didn't want that cube anyways. That's actually the singular worst functionality issue about this client, is when you cancel a thing and it doesn't tell you it actually queued you for a game until after it's auto-retreated you. So obnoxious. I'll try to fill this water real quick. Near me. All right, let's Morgan Phoenix Force, huh? Merlin's even cost the proxy deck. Sure, but you could play some even cost things. You just play them out before you Moon Knight. It's like not a big deal. You always want to play Merlin on 2. If you draw him on 3, you play him on 3 and then Moon Knight on 4. Hey, what's going on, Bootman? Thanks for the 2.5 years. Appreciate you dropping off the Prime again. I watched through some of your, what's it called? Your Ultron draft videos on your YouTube channel. Get a little bit of a feel for it. I'm thinking about it. Not gonna have time to get to that today because we're doing so much snapping, but I'm definitely gonna dive into it at some point next week is my plan. It's a shame. It's a shame it's not a mobile game. I'd have played it on my phone this weekend. Alright, I mean, that's a Falcon. Jokes on you, but we have a backup plan. We do. Like one of your finest carnage, please, deck.
Taking aim.
Look at that. Ask and you shall receive. Okay, and then this is their Falcon then, yeah? So we'll have an 11 power human torch. This deck makes me miss 5 cost Taskmaster. Yeah. Yeah, I really wish we'd get 5 cost Taskmaster back. Oh, I think they're least likely to rock it here. We'll see. We're hoping to draw Ghost Spider next turn, I think. Our fellow Morgan enjoyer. 14 power Venom is a big boy. Morgan's cards are not created. They are returned to hand. I think I like this. I'm not playing into here because I'm trying to dodge Rocket Raccoon, but they have a 5 power Rocket Raccoon and a 14 power Venom, so I assume we're cooked here. Wait, they didn't play for the left at all? They just thought I wouldn't compete center?
Taking aim.
Yep, well played. Nothing we can do there. Sandcastle down. To be fair, they were probably guaranteed to get the Killmonger at worse a flip. Looks like they're playing the build of Morgan Bounce, so we posted on the YouTube channel. That's that's my favorite Morgan deck we've played so far, is the one they're currently playing. It has 3 3s and a Morgan in it, so there's a good chance they had Morgan in the other 3s. I tried this earlier in the week, and ironically, it felt like it doesn't have enough numbers. I'll be curious to see. In my experience, and I'm not sure that this build is really going to solve this problem. My anecdotes with these Phoenix Force style decks is even when everything comes together, you often struggle to win your second lane. Well, this is really good for us, says local man about to die brutally to a tech card. Do I carnage this to save Venom, big Venom for here later? Nah, probably not. I just want to be energy efficient. That's the problem I was having, not big enough numbers for the second lane. Yeah. Or not drawing Morgan. Well, I think I really kind of like the idea of this deck because, what's it called? Morgan's kind of a redundant Phoenix Force, but I think Marty hit the nail on the head from a second ago, pointing out that you really miss having Taskmaster as a good way to double up what you're doing. Gladiator means they're probably a Killmonger deck, which is not great for the home team. Alright, we dodge Killmonger this turn every time, right? Maybe I should have put Falcon over here. God, my brain is so big! You're a beautiful bastard, Falcon. Very winnable. Gonna pull Cable to the right. Pull him out into Nidavellir.
Power must be controlled.
Still winning the center, yes. Got him. We beat not just one, but two tech cards? Too powerful. Too powerful. I mean, if you're gonna twist my arm. What comes first, the Iron Fist or the location? I think it's Iron Fist, yeah? So I'm only gonna get one move out of it either way. I think it's this, right? And then we get to put Phoenix Force into the Spider Island next turn. This was my window to Red Guardian the Bullseye, but kind of want to do our thing rather than kick theirs. Maybe that's probably a mistake. What are your thoughts on Surge, chat? Surge is really, really good, gamer. She goes into a lot of things. And unironically, Merlin made Surge a little bit less of a must-have card because Merlin and Surge have a little bit of tension with each other, but they do see play together in some decks. Oh wow, them not having a 5 here means I get to kind of have my cake and eat it too. I get to go ahead and Red Guardian here. And then Dagger comes over to here. Seems great for us, yeah. We'll have 8 power left on the left. We have 2 Dakin shards in hand, so he gets up to 16. But we've got a lot of points on this board. The Spider Island doing us some flavors here for sure. We're 50 to dunk the bullseye here still with the Grandmaster. He shoots and he scores! Might not even be able to discard all their stuff now. Rats. It is in fact Raining Men. Hallelujah. Do 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 do. I think even if they would have gotten a bullseye, we still win this. They never shrink the right side enough. Could have shrunk the center into a win, but we're winning left and right. Even with a score and some others. Yeah, shout out to Spider Island making this one possible for sure. Good location variants for our schmoovers. We like to schmoove it, schmoove it. We like to schmoove it. Oh my goodness. The old closed the app. Sometimes it do be like that, gamers. These are close. I don't even know that my opponent's necessarily salty here. I think when you're playing on mobile, it's super easy to forget that there's more to Conquest than just 8 cubes. This one doesn't necessarily feel salty. I think this is just like swap. Like if they were like intentionally running the rope down and griefing me, that's different than like what's happening here, I think. Oh no, okay, they're here. Got it. I was defending them. Yikes. Yikes. Lesson learned, never defend the gamers. And they're out of here. Coolio. Okay, I officially don't know what that is then. Maybe a little bit of sodium. Do you know how you can tell Marvel Snap is really sweet right now, chat? The Hoaglandia Alliance finished their top rewards in the Alliance missions before the 2 p.m. rollover on Friday. Gamers crushed it. All right, can we get all the way up to a gold ticket with our Phoenix Force Morgan deck? I need the new pixel. I mean, I actually really want the mystery variants because I'm missing I want that 700 gold. Not 700 gold. What's it called? Victoria hand. I feel like Morgan is still itself. I agree with that, Deadly. Morgan's got a lot of numbers in the right places, and definitely feels like she's underexplored. Well, I snapped because I just needed to draw one of our payoffs. Unfortunately, our payoff is not coming. I want Morgan, but the rest of the cards this season look really good. It's a tough call. That's true. It is our first month where we are eating real good here at the end. Ghost Rider, my Sage. Opponent is cooking. Did I do that in the right order? I mean, I guess at least I didn't lose by Phoenix Force. Taco Collector, thanks for collecting up 12 months of Hoaglandia subs. Really appreciate the entire year. Let's get you a mod sword to go with that sub shield. We'll come back. Alright, so hopefully Phoenix Force wins our 50-50 and hit stagger. What happened a year ago? Not the first 12-monther we've had today. What was a year ago? I don't remember. I don't think there was anything special last summer for Snap.
I am Iron Man.
Ugh. I mean, I guess she pulls Iron Fist into Mojo World at least, so we got that going for us, but that's really not what we're looking for. Oh, clicked it. Oh, that reminds me. Has Second Intervention doing variants for Pride or anything this year? Usually they do some type of freebie. Last year it was tied to the Twitch drops, but the Twitch drops this year are something else. No news yet. Okay. Just making sure I didn't miss something. Do I do this and then Phoenix Force one, Morgan the other? I think that's fun. Yeah, because I have both of them. Losing Morgan's really sad. Oh my goodness, that's so perfect. It lets me dork the Morbius, but then also not keep the body there. Well, they are an Iron Man deck. That's close, because they're an Iron Man deck. It might be right to wait. Although I guess Grand Central would 50-50 to take it away, so this is probably correct. All right, well that was a good coin flip for them to lose for us. This shrinks the total number of odd reveals, right? So I think it's correct. Might still lose this. I don't have a ton of points here. I'm only adding another 6 on the right up to... Oh man, are we tying the right and then losing the breaker? I think so. Damn, what a close game. Needed a couple more points. A Pride bundle is an auto buy for me. So last year, for reference, Second Dinner did actually say they won't be selling Pride related things anymore. So the Pride variants they did last year, they gave away for free because they don't want to monetize that aspect of things. Which I think that's a pretty good policy to have. It's a very reasonable approach to it. No, drops are already confirmed for the month, Ben. There'll be some extra volts for the high voltage mode and then some other currency, I believe. Oh, is there an Iceman variant from drops too? Yeah, I think you might be right. Oh, they're not listed in the Twitch schedule yet. Interesting. We did play a little bit of the Hellion deck, and it did not seem particularly good. Was very, very, very whelmed by it. Hellion is a card that I am... Hellion is a card that I am done playing games with. Do not expect that I will work on it more. And then we're hoping that Great Web yanks our dork here. Lovely. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Amen. Do 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 do. Be do 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 do. Men, 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 manly men, 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 men. How many men are there? There were multiple of them. So many men. The optimal thing to do on the last turn of the game is play nothing. I got men, they're multiplying, and they're losing control. Looks like musical chairs. Could we have filled the board without playing the Iron Fist to the left? Yeah, maybe. It's funny watching the power slowly catch up as things get staged around the board. I suppose us moving everything did make this turn take longer, huh? That's a fair, what's it called, emote? Gets done quicker if we don't slide the lands around. Ooh, maybe they'll do a login reward for Pride variants. Yeah, I can see that. They throw those out as a surprise without announcing them too far in advance. Typically, the login rewards. But that would make sense. Was Morgan missions done already? Look at that. I'll try not to spend all those collector's tokens in one place. Narrator, he would in fact spend them all in one place. The Iceman variant was for Pride because in the drops, got it. Has Morgan been impactful here? Not as of yet. She could be impactful this game. You get to go Torch, Multiple Man, Venom, Morgan. Do I do this now so I can get the Ghost Spider back? Or is it still Venom because we drew the Phoenix Force? With the Phoenix Force draw, I'd rather Phoenix Force next turn, yeah? And then we'll Morgan after. Extra NRG here. Let's us schmoove the Phoenix Force this turn. Ooh, and then I can Carnage and Morgan next turn with the extra energy. Our opponent is very excited about our bid. I want to calm them down a little bit. Oh, they're leaving. Okay. Okie doke. Oh, I think it's time to stand up for a little bit, gamers. It's a very rude location. No, I'd take a mulligan on it. I could Nico reroll it, but I think I'd rather take a mulligan. Our hand's not that great anyways. Yeah, multiple men strikes me as one of those things where, if it was a more popular card, I think it would probably get changed to work faster, but it just kind of flies by as no one really plays this card, so we're gonna leave it as is. Happy to gobble up the dagger here. We certainly are. It's Dakin on the right. They just want to split up where they're Dakin and what's it called are. I guess they could be Grandmastering as well here. Some of these builds play that card. Will we have enough numbers to overcome a Dakin lane? I'm not sure that we will. I suppose I could Red Guardian this, then if it doubles twice, it's only an 8. And this is kind of that issue we talked about earlier that Phoenix Force kind of has in general, which is how do I put together a win in the non-Phoenix Force path? Maybe the hope here is with them being forced to put a third thing into the center or a fourth thing into the center that we can win over here still. This might work. Pretty big left and right. Is the dagger big enough to beat Dakin? She might be. She's going up to another 17, so we're going to 25. And the Dakin's only 16. A long while ago, there was a Shuri Nimrod version of this deck. Do you think that still has legs? Yeah, probably. Every time I've played Nimrod in recent memory, it's felt like a card that is better than people give it credit for. I believe we're beating MODOK on the right here. We're beating MODOK left and right. Yeah, because they're only gaining 12 on the right. Okay, nice. Morgan's effect not being useful there, but her numbers definitely appreciated. Morgan definitely feels like the secondary game plan in this deck. Like, we're a Phoenix Force deck first, and Morgan is like, okay, this is our redundancy for when Phoenix Force doesn't show up. Every time I've looked at my hand and we had Phoenix Force and Morgan, it's like, well, we're playing Phoenix Force here every time. Ooh, what a wonderful web we lead. Morgan feels like fire here, not top meta, but some flavors. Yeah, I agree. She's I think that's actually an excellent comparison. Like, I don't expect the stats on her to ever be super good, but I think she's gonna show up in decks that feel competitive and are interesting from time to time. Do I want to play Nico with copy mode? I don't think so. Hoping to win the Great Web 50-50 for it to pull Human Torch here, obviously. Any fun plans this weekend? Just out to the camper. Although looking at weather, it's looking like we might get rained on a little bit, which is unfortunate. Stop putting enchantresses in my hand. I don't want them. Please make it stop. All right, my pretty Grow. Grow. I think I'm just gobbling these up, yes? And I'm playing this for stats. I also just want to get it out of my hand, so that way I have more space for Morgan to bring stuff back next turn. Yeah, these stupid freaking locations add 2 cards to my hand, so I actually can't get back everything I've destroyed, which is super unfortunate. I think Morgan's better than Phoenix Forcing here. We need that new code for limiting similar locations to apply to ones that add cards to your hand desperately. Call it the Jeff Hoagland clause. Or do they copy their massive cat? That seems not great for me. Gosh, our Nico even tried her hardest here. Poor girl. Is Morgan Le Fay been doing work? Not so far. None so far. Why can't our Enchantress be 15? It's not fair, bro. It's true, you know. Viking! Thank you for the almost 5.5 years. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're at. Nico did try. Yeah, I don't know. I was pretty whelmed by this, if I'm being honest. I think this is the only Morgan deck we've played that I've really loved so far. Just because, and part of it is Morgan is just, she's a potent effect, but she requires so many really specific deck building things to make her get leveraged appropriately, that having Blink to a way to basically have 2 copies of her feels really important. And all of the other Morgan decks I've tried, it feels like you move through a bunch of hoops and then just don't consistently find the payoff that you're looking for. So having 2 virtual copies of it goes a long way. All right, gamers, it's 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. I'm gonna go ahead and call it for the day. Appreciate everybody that was here through the end. There's been so many awesome decks to play in Marvel Snap this week with all the cards that have released and all of the OTA changes from the last couple of weeks. As always, the YouTube content's gonna keep flowing over the weekend. I think I actually have so many sweet deck highlights lined up. I'm gonna post 2 things on Saturday and Sunday on the Jeff Hoagland channel, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. And then on the Hoaglandia Snap channel, I'm not sure the exact timeline tonight yet. It might be late tonight or early tomorrow, depending on what untapped data looks like. We'll have a best decks roundup for the start of the season on the Hoaglandia Snap that's edited. It's a little bit direct to YouTube and all that. Enjoy your weekend wherever you're at in the world. I'll be back bright and early on Monday morning. I think the plan is we'll check out some Pokemon and we'll do some snapping on Monday. We'll have another new card on Tuesday. I am going to go ahead and raid you into Doughy Cat. They are prepping to play in the Golden Gauntlet this weekend, their stream title says, so be sure to check them out. Our friend of the stream.